Good morning, dear participants of our forum. We are holding this forum for the first time in the framework of civil society implemented by the Ministry of Culture and the Secretariat of the Ministry, and we are glad to see all of you who physically came to us today, who on Saturday joined us online and watching our translation and broadcasting. Good morning, and we are very happy to see you today. My name is Anna Isichka, Deputy Director of CDIM, and I'm very happy that we are organizing this forum. A few words on why we are organizing this forum. What is the objective of this forum? What are the senses of it? We want to unite the people who want to advocate, who are willing to promote Ukraine both on national level and also on the international level. The objective is to have this kind of platform for the first time to discuss not only the legal changes, but also to discuss the people, the organizations, the coalition of organizations who are making these changes, so that we could be closer to victory every day and to be more powerful and to live in more powerful society, equal, non-barrier, and the one which is inclusive. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for coming. And I would like to thank all our defenders at the places where they are, and I really appreciate every day they give us. Without our defenders, without their hard work, this day would not have been possible, and we wouldn't have those time which they are waiting for us. Thank you very much. I would like to thank every volunteer who is supporting our army. We're implementing wonderful initiatives, and every day they are sometimes making impossible work, and every day it's dirty, hard work. And with my hand on my heart, I would like to thank everyone who is making victory come closer. So we are uniting parliamentary members of parliament, representatives of civil society, businesses, and government, where all these people can find new coalitions, who find new partners, and discuss how they can promote the changes and reforms. I would like to continue the Fridays day and discuss what makes us stronger. In our unity is our strength. In the way how we will build the next step will be the next step is also the part of our future success. I'm very glad to say that today we will have very powerful day and it will consist of three panels. The first panel will be dedicated to the discussion on how we can financially enhance our organization, even if we do not have the donor support, even if we do not have any kind of resources, external resources. And I'm talking about uh, resilience, financial. And in the second part, we will talk about women and men strength, because we want to discuss the differences. Because in the variety is the strengths. When we understand the difference of each other, we can support each other in our weak points, and we can use the strengths of each other. We will also discuss the questions which you have, and that is going to be the third part of our work today. Today, we will have a few lawyers with us who are going to answer the questions which were used so much on banking, on volunteer engagement, on the cooperation with international volunteers. We are going to discuss practical things, and I hope that the things you will hear today will help to enhance your organizations. And I guess I would like to say one more thing, the thing which I quite often repeat on the forums. That is a quote of famous Ukrainian Bogdan Havrilishin. And he was saying that we need to change our society, and we are doing these changes every day. And he said that we need to think big and work small. local. So we will go to our grandmothers and we will be implementing all the ideas which we got on this forum. So let's think big. Let's think in the way like today we have the biggest day of our life. The more we dream, the more we undertake the efforts to make this dream true. Beside that, I know that all of us are at 9 o'clock. We are silent, and I would like to stop for a minute for those who are fallen and for those who are on the front lines. Thank you. And now I would like to ask Tin to join me on this stage, our big friends, our partners in organization of this event, of the second day of this event, Miss Valeria Tatarchuk, the head of Your Support Charity Foundation. Thank you very much that you are today with us. And also, I would like to invite our speakers, our colleagues. And I would like to remind you, you've seen the agenda you were preparing. So I would like to remind you, we have Katerina Osacha, anchor woman, and also the founder of the foundation, Katerina Osacha, Olena Nikolaina, president of Charity Foundation, A Future for Ukraine, and the director on strategy development of Future for Ukraine International. Thank you very much. Anastasia Klimina, operational and fundraising director of Save It. And I'm passing the floor to you. So let's have a fruitful day today. Good morning. Today we have a topic, the financial security of civil society organizations. And I was preparing for this panel. I understood that, in fact, there are lots of things which we cover when discussing the financial security, because it's not just financial monitoring, which we have when we're implementing any kind of project or opening the bank accounts in the bank. Financial security is, first of all, accountability. Our accountability for the donors, because accountability is related to the funds engagement. Funds engagement, that is diversification of the sources, because financial security is when working not just with one donor, but we understand when are we going to find money tomorrow, from whom, for what. And I would like to discuss this. And separately from that, we have administrative expenditures. That is probably the most painful question of all organizations, because people did not get used, and donors and the society did not get used to the fact that work in humanitarian sector is profession. That is everyday work. It's not volunteership. And people are typically confusing us with the volunteers. And it means that 9 to 6, Monday, Friday, and actually very typically even later, and even without weekend, we are working and we are doing our job. And finding money for the administration is very hard but possible, and today we are going to discuss it. My first question, I would like to ask is, but before that, I will give you the case. We have the Jednania businesses, and we had one of the businesses, and the head of the department of the communications and KSV was telling us how they are engaged in organizations to the implementation of the projects, and they are looking for them. And when they find them, then something incredible happens. After these, they start to look to find in social networks for the people who are able to account for them. So it means that accountability is not obligatory for everyone. And then I think that the same organizations um, are offended because no one wants to give them money. But in fact, I was actually very surprised by this kind of approach because it was actually stated on a big event and on this level. So it's a problem. It's not a single case. And therefore, I would like to start with a question to you. How do you build your financial reporting? What kind of approaches do you use, and how does it have an impact? How does it influence on the finance engagement? Is there any kind of reputation and reporting institute? For example, if you're engaging donor and you're reporting, does it have an impact on the work with him and on the work with the other donors? Well, who would like to be the first? Olena? Okay, greetings. Thank you very much for the invitation, for this opportunity to share my experience. Well, I can say that our foundation is just 2 years old, technically, but when we were establishing it, we were using the concept and the standards of the European Union. At the moment, the foundation is represented in the US, Poland, and Ukraine. Speaking of financing, as Valeria said, charity is a big sphere, and I always say when I'm talking to my team, I always explaining that charity is highly organized, ethical business on the wealth delivery. Because why? Because we have people who are willing to help someone, but nevertheless, they don't have time uh, to help, for example, 100 children. And we as an organization, we are responsible for taking the money and delivering this wealth to these goodness to these children. So very simple way, but that is a highly ethical and highly organized process. When we're building the concept, or for example, you already have the charity foundation, and how we find this border to continue working with the donors and reporting. So in the beginning, you have the international rules which you have to follow. The ones you have to understand what kind of finance sources you have, and diversification of these sources should be balanced. You have individual donors that are the people who can donate money for on your on your bank account or on your website. You can have the people who can donate big sums of money. You can have socially responsible businesses who can support you, support the project if it is aligned with the mission of the company. You can have grants, and there are the grants. It can be interim organization which gets the money from the donors. And you have to balance. You have to understand that every piece of this chain should not be bigger than 50%. That is an important thing, especially when it comes to grants, because if you have, so to say, prevailing of one of the directions, in this case, you're financially unstable foundation, because how does it look like? You have only individual donors who are donating you on the website, for example. And tomorrow, the money system doesn't work and nothing works, and you are out for 1 month, and all your monthly income, which was already planned for the future, you are not able to use it. So if you're not planning well, then it has an impact on your future. Why am I talking about this part? Because this part is a part of the strategy, financial strategy of the fund. You have to understand where can you get the money from, should be the balance like. You are building the strategy for each direction. How do you work with business, so with donators, so with donors? So you understand your charity income to be able to implement your projects. And when you are going to your potential donators and specialists, that is one of the most important parts to show what does your finance sources look like, especially for the international donors. It is important that their donation is not more than 50% of the budget, that it's not like more than 70% of all the amount from the price of the project, because we are talking about the sustainability of the foundation. One of the questions you have to be asking, the donator or the donor can ask you, they will ask, if I will not give you money tomorrow, you will stop helping people. So you have the project, Children's Center. We have Children's Center in Lviv, which is helping the children with autism, IDP, children with autism spectrum. And actually, it's a pricey project. And all the time, we are thinking, okay, we don't have the grant. How are we going to continue? We do not have the donator. How can we continue? Because we cannot close a center in one day. That is the thing you also have to understand. What is the mission of your foundation? What are you doing? And what will happen if there will be no money? So that is sustainability of the fund. This sustainability, the diversification of the income, diversification of all of these things gives you the opportunity to engage the others because they understand that your mission is to help and not just to do something. That is one part. Another part is reporting. Reporting, official reporting to tax authorities, taxation authority. Once a year, we have reporting to the taxation authority, and you have a monthly report on what you're doing and how transparent it is for all the donators. It has to be open on the website, and you can see the administrative expenditure incomes, how much money did you get, how much did you spend on the administrative expenditures and the projects. It can be just a description, but nevertheless it should be there and it should be relevant. And when you are talking to donor and you're reporting, and then donor is asking, show me the detailed budget, and then you can show the detailed budget. But without reporting, you have to understand that you are trusted the money. And when you're trusted, you have to be responsible for what you are doing. Thank you. Anastasia, how does financial reporting work in your company and how does it influence the work with donors? Olena has the monthly report experience. We do not do the monthly reports because we do not have that many people and we have small volumes, but nevertheless, our experience tells us that we are reporting to each donor. So on each project, on each donation, donor receives the report, and once a year we have the check where our expenditures can be seen and everything that we're doing during the year. But nevertheless, I know that there are organizations where people are reporting once a month, one in a quarter. Some of them reporting only to the donors and they are publishing only the taxation report, even though taxation report is not that actually informative to understand what was actually the organization doing. So considering the experience of our foundation, I can say that report should be built in the way that donor would have no questions. And if we are talking about the reporting to individual donors, that can be business, that can be person who made a big contribution and is waiting for the report. In this case, we are doing the lessons learned. And if the donor is asking another question, we are looking what did we miss? And the next owner gets the full information. How do you do that? Because I know that you're engaged in businesses and grants and you're fundraising. You're very active, actively working on different sources, and how do you accumulate money, and how do you report, and how does it influence your work? Well, I support these scissors on the a taxation report, and before he started the negotiations, he asked us to show the reporting methods, and the chief accountant showed me the example, and I told that it's not clear what do we do with this money. So just numbers, 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 and they give no impression of what we are doing. And the person who is going to read will not understand what we're actually doing. So, yes, the aim of this report is not to show your activities, but actually to report that all the money which we received, we spent them, and it was transparent, but nevertheless, clear reports which are provided to the donor and to the other donators with bigger or smaller donations, it's also very important. We also do not have the resources to do it every month. And quite often in the organizations, the processes are so fast that we're not able to imagine even how we stop and do everything um, well, but we have the experience of public reporting. We do that in the beginning of the new year to explain what did we do during the previous year, and we are doing that once again in summer on the anniversary of our organization to report for the previous half a year. We had these kind of reports are public. We are preparing it with lots of pictures, with the links on videos, which we are preparing for our different projects. And of course, you can find some numbers of engaged people, and we are trying to divide these numbers because we want to show that this is amount of money which we got from big organizations. This money came from business, and also there is another part which was the private donations from people from Ukrainians, and sometimes there are also people from abroad. So far, we feel that it's enough at the moment. Of course, except we have not only these public reports, but also for every big donator and businesses who are providing us with with cash, and we are explaining in details how did we spend this money, and we are trying to provide not only just the pictures, just the numbers, but we are also trying to provide with some pictures, with some videos, because we are working with the children and we are supporting them, the access the access to the education. So that is emotional content, and I would like to underline that it shows that we have spent the money on what we agreed on, and of course we hope that it's inspiring our partners not to stop on what was achieved. And when they see the happy smiles or the way how the children spend time calmly, that it can stimulate and motivate them not to stop in their support, and it, they will consider cooperation with us in the future after this project will be over. Thank you. Kato, you're the new organization, but I know that you're very responsible on money engagement and reporting. So, in your opinion, every young organization, when they are just starting, they have the question, what are we going to report about? What should we show? And in fact, how do you manage that? Because while you are forming the portfolio of your donors, while you're uh, making the profile of your donors, and before you will have the information to show in the report, it seems like a loop. I have nothing to report on, and no one will give me money. How do you manage that? And how do you manage to engage money, and how do you build your system of the financial reporting? How do you report, and how these things are interrelated, reporting and funds engagement? Good morning. Good Saturday morning. Yes, we are the youngest organization on the stage. The search for the missing persons has started recently, but I was postponing the moment when we moved from volunteer organization to the professional organization because I hope that the war will be over and I will come back to my normal activities. But in fact, it seems like we have to rely on a very long game, even if the war will end tomorrow, the problems will not go away. And yes, indeed, that is a loop. And all those people in Ukraine and in the world who take this kind of heavy burden to of social sector, and especially the entrance to social sector. You will not get grants because you do not have grant experience, you do not have grant history, and you will not have grant history because you do not have grants. So, and when I'm meeting my colleagues, I can tell you that we have two directions. First of them, missing people, and the second one, the advocacy of civil captivity and also children without parents. So we have two directions. Why two of them? Because when we started to be searching both parents and children, we understood that Ukrainians have the understanding that we are kind of have lots of children who lose their parents and we have to take them in their families. Nobody understands how they can do that and give me the child right now, the child without parents. Nobody knew about the procedure and we decided to explain how it is done. And we are successfully doing that. And after that, we started helping the children in the family type children's house, and this structure started to grow. And in this way, we understood that we have no other option but to register the foundation. But before that, we did the audit of all our activities, and we understood what kind of organization do we need. Where are we going to find the money? And only after that, we registered our foundation. That happened after 1.5 years after we started our activities. Before that, we were 100% volunteer organization. We even didn't fundraise. And when the Western media were um, taking the interview, they were asking, "Where can we send you the money?" And I was saying, "Don't we don't need it because we have volunteer. We have 49 volunteers who work free of charge, and we have 10 people who working on the grants." By the way, you said Nanya. Um, and they were the ones who believe that we will be able to report. Reporting is very important. As a public person, I understand that I have even more responsibility. We have very different ways of engaging money. That is capsule collection with Ukrainian brands. Because so when you when we're talking about the children's house for the orphanage, people understand that we're buying something there, but explaining why do we need to pay to the people who for 2.5 years, they are looking for the Ukrainians missing, calling the hotline, accepting the phone calls, always in touch with the relatives. It's harder. It's harder to explain why do we do that? Why they can't be volunteers? And when you start explaining that these people can be volunteers, because for 2.5 years they are already volunteers and they have a vast experience and they have to start getting salaries for these, maybe small ones, but at least salaries. It's hard to explain that. And I think that in our activity is the harder thing, not even reporting, but explaining why we shouldn't be hiring the new volunteer. These will leave, the others will come. So yes, indeed, the others will come, but they will have no experience. The experience we already have, we have to use it. And this kind of sustainability of the organization is very difficult and very important because explaining and we are reporting even the person who wants to collect money as a birthday present and send it to our to our bank account, he or she will get the report and the letter. And also we can see that everything depends on our integrity, whether we report on what we get. But if we get grants, we have to have a clear reporting system. And probably in the sector, we should have, in both the companies, and it would have been actually easier for everyone if the companies, if businesses could come and say, like, here is a form, and that is a form you will need to report us. In the framework of which you will have to report it. And that would have been easier. Yes, that is how the system works in the UK. They have Charity of Commission, and everywhere they have the regulator, the scary word which I'm mentioning for 10 years. And every time people are, my colleagues don't like that. But when I was learning how the UK foundations report, and we have 20,000, and the UK have a few times more. They have a system of financing financial reporting, and they have the website and Charity Commission website. And if you find the charity organization with its number, you will see the green tick. It means that everything's fine. They have reported on time. The reporting period is 10 months, so meaning that you have to report till October. And everyone is afraid because we are small and we have to report at the big ones. No, the financial reporting form has gradations. So for example, if there is a small organization that reports for three first pages, the bigger one 5 pages, the biggest one which collects millions, fulfills the form completely and adds attention the audit conclusion obligatory. And there are other obligations, but also there are sanctions if the organization did not report. This organization gets a few warnings, and if they do not respond, then the money can be returned to donors and top management of the fund. They are the management and the directors are not allowed to continue charity foundation. Our organization has opened the charity foundation in the UK, and the opening there is more difficult. And we were organizing these processes for 1 year, and every establisher is checked, and they are asking whether it's okay for this person to open it. They're asking about the strategy, how you're going to spend the money, and then they are checking whether you're spending the money in the relevant way. And here the next question. And
Here I have
do your
another question.
organization have the
What
audit checks? I know, Katya, that for you it's early, but we actually had not the audit. Not to make the problems, because you can register and then you can register in June, then you appear to be foundation, and we are uniting the charity foundation and NGO, and after long consultations, we decided to register foundation. But when we were learning, when we were studying all these materials, but I understood that the people who are registering this organization, they don't know many aspects. And when I'm later asking Valeria, so they are NGOs, but nevertheless, they are distributing humanitarian assistance. Is it violation of the law? Yes. Do they know about that? Maybe no. So the laws before registration, studying the laws is more important. Yes, it makes your life easier later.
So here the scene. Ukraine is a young country compared to UK, where charity has been developed for many years. But we had a huge leap throughout all these 30 years of our experience. So we take expertise from other countries, and our expertise just reinforces our capabilities. Hence the question, is the organization undergoing any auditors check-ins? So what are demands on the side of donors? Um, do they want so their project to be uh, with audit separately? And also, is it essential to have audit checking while having the first um, where they has interaction with him? So what categories of donors do you have from your experience? So what is the situation? So let me start. We are a young organization. We only 2 years on the market. And during the first year of our work, when we approached other donors with requests to support our projects, the first question we encountered was, can you please show your documentation? However, we responded that we are a young organization, just established. It was a kind of explanation, and it wasn't really accepted. And clearly, we couldn't undertake all those finance burden and combining providing support to our team, to our projects, to pay for audit activities. So back that moment, honestly, we couldn't take these financial things. However, by the end of the first year, having encountered different questions related to that, we realized that we should accumulate financing to be able to have this audit check-ins by the end of the year. And we accumulated those money from different accounts, and we use them to some measures. Sometimes we used money from grants. So we prepared for that. It didn't happen during one night. And as of now, I think it's such a natural way of things. So you should prepare for this development for some quite time. And what helped us is that within our projects implemented with our donors, we had an audit at the very beginning to be set. And once the project was over, then the company entrusted by our donors throughout 1 month or more checked all the documentations, transparency things, and money distribution. And up to the moment we enabled independent financial audits, we already had 2 conclusions on audit from different companies. And anyway, we had documents confirming that project activities, I mean complex projects, have been done in transparent and integrated manner. So before grounded audit, it was very helpful in our negotiations with donors. We actively voiced an opinion that we vote for transparency, and also we all the time have been preparing for audit, and all these things will be very helpful to show your transparency. As a tool, requested by partners, I mean this audit documentation, is very essential. It's quite a complicated thing, as the whole team should be prepared for that. I mean, different accountants or people who work with financing. However, the key to opening of many opportunities lies, and we're talking about the conditions of war, where it's so difficult to find staff. So this key lies in this readiness of organization to work in a transparent manner. And this is a huge step forward for building accredited relations. And what about business? Uh, do businesses need these audit check-ins? So what are the trends here? Thank you for the clarification. The thing is that we started working with businesses before the donor organizations, and indeed different businesses ask for documentations. However, as we already knew, their need. We didn't wait for their question whether we have or not this audit records. We just showed them all these documents for their verification, scrutiny, and they responded that they're very happy on our actions. So there is this demand indeed. And as for businesses, I think they demand those accountability even more, as they can simply be distributors for money flows. So businesses are usually generate money given such difficult conditions today. So that's why they attach a lot of importance to this documentation. And indeed, businesses can look for partners, and it's so important for them to be on the same page. And all the funds is all about managing of money. And I often say unpopular things related to investments, projects, and sometimes people don't attach it to philanthropy or volunteerism. For us, it's about a huge number of operational work, and on our way to businesses. And as for trends, I should say that it used not to be to undergo any audit check-ins. However, as for now, it is demand. Especially this is true for international companies, as they are responsible for their core companies, and everything should be checked both in the international and in the core companies. So what is your experience, Elena? This year, we have undergone audit. We have 3 foundations. However, all projects are being implemented here in Ukrainian fund. Throughout a 5 months period has been through an audit that touch upon all areas. So we were asked to provide all the documents, and you should prepare. You should be prepared for that, as all documentations refer to your evidence needed for donors, proving that you take money and you deliver. And as for verifications from other donors or organizations, audit is good, but you may also undergo a diligence audit that touches upon four directions, including everyone or every staff and their positions. And uh, once we received a grant for a huge amount of money, and we then underwent an audit, actually proving that we are well organized. So we can combine all those verifications, checkings, and this is all about proofs that you work properly. And a short comment, and let me stress, we are talking right now about audit within the integrity landscape. However, audit is very important thing for organization itself. Even if no one sees it, understanding how all the processes are being organized inside and what are the gaps, problems, especially if your projects are being implemented in different regions with documentations being here, there, with possibility of documents to be lost on the way. So all these audit endeavors is all about to show you and your team a lot of details. It's a good lesson for you to understand what can be improved, reinforce, what practices should be uh, in place. This is not only about your, so to say, ID. This is a huge amount of important information showing um, what is inside of your organizations. And uh, all these details are done in an objective way. Therefore, you'll be able to adjust and to develop very stable system afterwards. And let me add, 100% agree. It's quite often the case when foundation works, audit in turn checks a target the usage of funds and it confirms it actually. And uh, regardless of how many years you are on the market, uh, you should have the planned budget with the distribution of all expenses, uh, your planned income, outcome, and for audit, um, in case you don't have this plan, and if you have a project that doesn't reflect the particular expenses for project related to the internet, then you will face with the problem that can be called as untargeted expenses. And for auditors, that will mean that you used your money not properly. Sometimes foundations can think that legal entities are a proven way to cooperate with. However, uh, they are the most dangerous way. So for auditors and for you, it would be hard time proving that you used funds to the target. And we had the case when we worked within the humanitarian headquarters, and there were people who assisted us with a vehicle for delivering humanitarian aid, and a man had a legal entity. Then he went to the war, he died there, and then we were asked by the auditors, how did we work with him? Proof, please. So, to conclude, auditors will highlight a lot of details, and you should have grounds for them. Back in 2016, uh, we realized that audit check-ins is the only verified manner to show someone that we do our job properly. And back in 2016, we didn't have this understanding, as we were not instructed about many things. In bank system, it's all the hell easier. Every step has every instruction uh, with direct point to the actions. We didn't have those instructions. And what I can advise to young organizations is to undergo audits standardization, showcasing you these mistakes. And next year, when you will work uh, on your lessons learned, then you will be able to prove target usage properly. Doing audit is expensive. We invite auditors who are very experienced in our field, with understanding of peculiarities. And in case you want to check your mistakes, it's better to invite the proper auditor. Once we have decided to invite the other auditor, and we wanted to know uh, the salary for him needed. And the price for these services is quite high, but we need to do it anyway. So uh, the the cost was some $10,000, and I was surprised we didn't get anything. Um, However, we received a response that auditors um, are your support. So it um, it should be understandable that such services are very expensive. Um, and these expenses include not only salaries to staff, but different other aspects that cannot always be visible.
And our society is not ready for the fact that we are not volunteers, but nevertheless, we are working with this issue. And I hope that our common communication will persuade the people that if you trust your money to be administrated by the charity foundations or the NGO, you have to trust them, and there should be the professionals who get the salary. How do you manage to form these fund of salary budget, administrative budget, and how do you persuade your donors? And now I'm talking not about grants, I'm also talking about business, because we, for example, are taking money for the administrative expenditures when we are starting the cooperation with business. Not every business is willing to give the money for the administrative services, administrative expenditure. They interpretate the law on the charity foundations in different ways, and there are some challenges regarding that. How do you work with it? Do you work in three different directions? Do you have like different your organizations are of different age, you have different experience, you have different staff, and the sizes of administrative expenditures are different. But nevertheless, when I went through the documents and I saw how much money do we spend on salaries and taxes, well, I wish I didn't see that, because when you don't know that, it seems like everything is done itself. But no, no, we have to know, we have to understand, you have to understand how you form this budget. How do you engage this money, and how do you manage to persuade donors that it's okay and that it's something that should be there? Let me start as the youngest organization who struggles the most, probably because so to say, when you're starting, when you're just registering a foundation, you're registering it with your own money, and you are hiring audit of your current activities in 1 year on with your money. And I'm quite a weird person, and it's easier to spend my own money before you have it than going and asking someone to some money for administrative expenditures. Valeria, she is my godmother of our charity foundation, because I think that if we didn't have Valeria, I would have never signed all these huge amount of documents. I'm from the other type of business. Ours is very clear there. That is advertisement. When you're becoming the face of the campaign, you're signing the contract. Everything is clear. It's obvious what are you, how you're spending your money, and it's actually your own business. How do you spend your money? Speaking of the administrative expenditures, it's super difficult. There is a book which is called Non-Charity, about a huge American company, which I don't know whether my colleagues know about it, about a huge American company which organized a huge project with huge administrative expenditures. Americans are very careful about charity, and actually, charity is quite regulated there. And this book is an expression of pain of this author, because they had to close the organization because because people did not accept, and actually that was the bicycle marathon, and they were going from point A, point B, then short distances, then longer ones, and it lasted 10 years. And on the 10th year of their existence, so 10 years, there were the articles. Look what kind of big administrative expenditure they have. And the owner of this organization was saying, like, look, administrative expenditures, that is $500,000. Yes, but we've gathered $50 million. And they said, no, but your administrative expenditures are 500,000, but we have collected 26. No, 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 500,000. So he was explaining this pain that you do not understand. How does it work? Let's change these rules. And that is their pain. Our pain is that people not only don't understand that we have to pay for a lawyer, for accountant, and for the reporting. In fact, I'm quite not sure how Ukrainian society can be explained. For example, if Serhiy Pratula has told their administrative expenditures, I guess there was a huge hate, and it's easier to pay from your own money for these expenditures than to listen to hate from your previous incomes as an anchor woman. And maybe that is a long way of communication of the celebrities doing charity foundations, explanations, because society is very tensed. The society wants every hryvnia from their pocket to go somewhere. So when I'm saying that, when the charity foundation is organized, event is organized, we need cameras, we need the light, we need to have mics, we need there are people. These people cannot work for free. These tech equipment is not for free, but people expect it to be for free. So probably I would like to have strategical communication on the level of the state, communication with the idea that we have engaged business as well. Business, it's very hard to explain to business why we need to have an office, why do we need to have an accountant, a lawyer, a warehouse, like laptops. Yeah, actually, we have to have everything, and all of these things is growing and growing. So probably I'm for these kind of communication, for these kind of meetings where we can show that it's really hard for everyone. Charity sector is very like their work is very hard and it's hard to explain your expenditures. Am I right? Administrative expenditures. Well, if you diversify your incomes, it will be easier for you. That is one thing. But when you start to say income, then immediately people start thinking that yeah, that is a thing that in our society has heard somewhere the opinion that the foundation can use around 25% for the administrative expenditures. So there is some sort, and it was shared somehow, and they were saying like, oh, they are taking 25% from everything, and they have calculated like billion for the satellite, 20% minus, and for them it's like, oh my God, the millionaires. Yeah, and it's about communication. And first of all, y- you are not allowed to take the administrative expenditures a percentage from all donates, not all from all donates. You can do that. You can take 20% only from non-purpose funds when you're donated, and everything that has the purpose, and when it is written, it is written. And if there are the purpose funds, so for example, children's um, charity, you have in grant, for example, 20%. That is what you're allowed to take. And that is probably something you have to communicate. It's harder than just 20% of everything because administrative expenditures of the foundation that are constant expenditures on lawyers, on accountants, on office rent. And if you have diversified incomes and they are growing, in this case, if your capacity is growing, and then only when you're hiring another new accountant, then your expenditures grow. But if your accountant is able to cover two or three projects, then you have one accountant and which who has 20, 30% from different projects. So you have to have the correct communication with donors, with businesses, with people. And I think that here it is also important to mention that we need to communicate with the society for the society to understand that there is an activity, and this kind of activity on the one hand everyone wants it to be beautiful, transparent, and everything is nice, but someone has to do all this work. So that is important lesson for the charity and actually for the society that when when you want to treat your teeth, you're looking for a good dentist. You're not going to the volunteer who does something and says like, today I'm dentist volunteer and tomorrow um I'm a builder volunteer. So that is kind of understanding you have to have. So that psychologist can, when he or she is psychologist, so because today it is one psychologist, and tomorrow, and the person needs a few sessions, and then the same person has the other psychologist. So volunteering is a short time engagement for a few hours when they are able. So today they have the time to load the truck, and tomorrow they don't. And then there is accountant who pays taxes, who does the work. That is a person with some qualification who has to understand how the reporting in charity foundations work. So that is a bit different. And the volunteership is not possible here. And the understanding by the society of the work of all charity sector, and that is distribution of this information, it makes everything easier for donors, for businesses, and for the foundations, so that it won't be some kind of situation when strange situation. And also administrative expenditures should be not on the private entities registration. So I would like to expand what was said, so for the people to understand better that administrative expenditures is not only our salaries, because it seems like we are fighting for our salaries. I do not have a salary. But beside that, there are lots of other aspects. For example, we have calculated the project, so we entered and from business with one of the businesses, and we added some minimum expenditures. It was April, and we were rushing because we had to save the people. You were talking about the budget and about the audit, and then the worst happens, and we're running some other direction. But well, when we prepared these administrative expenditures, Donor told me, well, describe us, please. How are you going to spend this money? And I understood that if we are describing, then we have to report. How can I calculate that we have spent 2 hours here and then 1.5 and then accounting and this and then we have communication specialists because they want to have communication in a proper way. So we have calculated that it appeared to be that these administrative expenditures the ones we've mentioned, the numbers we've mentioned, we wouldn't have even covered the logistics if it was in the project. But if we were paying from expenditures, we wouldn't have covered it. And that was a very good exercise for me because lesson learned, because when you start to calculate everything, like it seems that, oh, it's just like one post or two in the beginning and the end of the project, and then we would do something else. And as an example, Valeria is my godmother, my teacher. She said, "Did you add the documents document sending via Nova Post?" She says, like, "You think we will not have money to send the documents?" She says, "No, you add it." So that are the things which you do not notice, but in fact, 200 hryvnias, 200 hryvnias, 1,000 hryvnias, and all in all, it grows, and then it becomes hundreds of thousands of hryvnias. And then there are 15,000 which you're lacking in your project, and you think, okay, yeah, indeed, I had to add Nova Post because it seems like something very small thing. And that is something which we are nivellating. So I would like to hear Anastasia. Especially, I'm interested in um, how the successful cases persuade the donors that it's okay when people want to eat something, when people want to go somewhere to rest, maybe to go on vacation. How do you manage that? Thank you very much. For the first comment for everyone present here, unfortunately, there is no unique rule. Do it in this way, and your administrative expenditures will be always covered, and your team will always, and you will have all the money, and you will be calm, and everything will be fine, and everything will be implementing simply. So we are talking about the balance between different partners, between projects, between sometimes we are not able to do something, and we will need to probably um to refuse from some mobile visit because we do not have the money to cover it, or we have to use our own money because we do not have the project money or other expenditures. So that is the place where you should have the dialogue with the big companies, with business. So it seems to me like maybe we have a unique experience that it's easier to explain it to business because business understands it itself and calculates all the small expenditures that help them as a company, small or big one, to operate every day. So you do not need to explain that you need to buy the printer, the water, the cleaner. So that are the small minor things. So how do we manage to persuade them? Thank you very much for this example. Indeed, before every project, when we understand that just mentioning administrative expenditures is not well accepted, we start to make the utmost detailed list, but that are also administrative expenditures because that is 1 or 2 hours, which is nowhere and will not be covered by anyone, but just to prove and to justify the payments for the other hours in the framework of our project or the other project. So, but we are calculating everything, even the communicative campaign, even 2 hours of work, for example, of the head of the communications department, SMM manager, communication officer, designer to make the communication plan of this campaign. Any kind of agreements means the work of lawyers, so many hours, or to prepare these documents, or to proofread, or to make the amends. So that is also the work of the accountants. So the same expenditures on the on also the expenditures on sending the documents. But if you prepare these, if you go through these exercises one time, that will ease your life in the future because most of these expenditures are repeated from time to time in the project. But that is also useful for the organization and for the partners because you're absolutely transparent, you're honest, you're not asking money for like something mythological, and you have the explanation how you're going to spend each so we took a bit more time, but the discussion was very interesting, and I guess we would like to continue, but we have only 1 hour. So if the organizers don't mind, maybe we will have 5 minutes for questions from the audience, please. At least three. So I've seen the first. And also, I've seen from the audience, good afternoon, Makuta Partnitz, a volunteer. I have a short idea and suggestion. The idea on the money which go from Ukrainian organizations. So we have Ukrainian organizations have less money than the international ones, but the efficiency is higher. The suggestions regarding the fact that if the organization has just registered, but they have the background and the people can work, we just need to unite in consortium, and one of the organizations will have the opportunity to administrate this issue, enhancing the others. And the question is, not all of the organizations work with grants, but lots of organizations, volunteer organizations, and 90% of them in 2022 had some issues. The problem with the private entrepreneurs registration is the smallest one. And of course, they need to have the audits somehow, at least the local audits, just to check everything. Because since 2025, there might be issues with for these companies. And to avoid this kind of situation, to fix everything, we need to find the professional audit. So, in your opinion, who these organizations should contact to find the resources to make an audit for these companies? And then there is another question, and how you can find the money, how to hire these people. Only the person who believes in you, who trusts you. Yes, so that is business or a private donor, the one who knows you, the one who understands what you're doing, and if you are in good touch, this person will believe you and give you the money for this audit, and in the future it will help you to get the grant money. Very brief, and I would have suggested you to Insar Jednanya NGO, a fantastic organization which operates in Ukraine to support humanitarian sector. Indeed, lots of these kind of expenditures, which we do not know um, how to find the money for it because it is very specific about us and nobody is interested about it because it's not about children's houses or anything else, but that are the organizations which have to support civil sector and those the small organizations. And I really recommend them because they foresee the money for the institutional support.
And I've mentioned that PSAR Unity um, believed in us. So we used to have a huge experience of search, and we told that we should grow, maintaining our staff, and then we obtained quite a normal grant. However, that has helped us to survive. Also, it was a jolt, and it was an opportunity to build up our system. And when I communicate with legal aid experts and ask them how to get grants, they respond to that if you submit 15 applications, only one application can get a grant. And it's a hilarious amount of work to do, but to make this world better, we we should continue this endeavor. And my advice would be also very relevant. You can try to take money from those people who is willing to allocate them to you. And if they have doubts about the transparency, then you can provide them audit documentation. Send the next question. So anyway, these organizations we referred to wasn't mentioned for an advertisement. So we have one more short question, not a comment, please. Valerie Petko and um, initiative from Bilets Cerkva. It seems that we're playing with the senses when we're talking about charity and combining words such as free of charge and pro bono. Probably that would make sense to start an advocating campaign about that. Probably we should start telling people without payment terminology, but not free of charge. And indeed, we keep talking about just that thing. We are not volunteers, we are professionals um, who work neither free of charge nor pro bono. So we have administrative expenses, etc. So we try to evade from this terminology. So our sector calls this as a term pro bono when we refer just to the understanding that job has its cost, however it is done pro bono. Also, there is one more term to that, and when we exchange with services, when I, for example, can do a service to a person, or when I can do it on behalf of my foundation, and then I will take the service back, and this might be another interaction. And when you become huge big fund, you can thank those who help you at the very beginning. So thank you so much to all our speakers. It was exciting conversation, and hopefully we'll be able to talk and to meet more to discuss such an important topics. On my side, I have a lot of ambassadors here, and the role you're playing, especially at the first summit of ladies and gentlemen, and we are grateful for all the job you're doing, playing in the public society. But on my side, I should say that Lera has been an ambassador of transparency, and she's an inspiration for us. Katerina, uh, uh, you are an important person for us, as we are kind of a team of legal experts. So we it was exciting to hear from you that we should learn more about legal peculiarities. Irina You have our hearts today, and thank you for you mentioning that audit should be done. I also thank Star Unity for capacity building efforts, and together with our partners who are helping our organizations to develop. We developed a culture of mutual support, absence of competition, field where we can uh, support new organizations with a mentorship program. We invite you to be included into that. So thank you for all of this. Sedam has created this mentorship program to answer to many questions, including soft skills. So mentorship has its power, and our next panel will be dedicated to that topic. So thank you for your time and for your everyday job. And
від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи там апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, трьома стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними. Це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі. Невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди, травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі. І так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо там по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювали на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя.
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», промприлад «Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні, бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди, травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо там по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава
Щиро вітаю всіх учасників, хто з нами в цьому залі. Щиро вітаю тих, хто дивиться нас онлайн.
We welcome all the participants. It's Saturday, 14th of September, the fourth forum of the legal reforms. So, welcome everyone. Let's discuss the very exciting and inspirational stories related to development of organizations and development of their leaders. Let's hear from them how they overcome their challenges. And let me also mention that this forum has been implementing within three organizations. These are Unity, SEDAM, and this is all with the help of Agency on International Development Chance. Today, we're happy to welcome Victoria Andreshuk, mentor, facilitator of the transformational sessions. And she is a mentor to a huge amount of programs, and she leads a huge program on capacity development in the organization of civil society. And I'd like to give the floor to Victoria, and she will represent our speakers. So for the next 1.5 hours, we work under her auspice. So let me invite our speakers.
О, у нас ще один. Супер. Вітаю вас на смартоку менторської
Everyone on the topic mentoring program Smart Talk, Gender Challenges During Wartime, Revealing the Strengths and Vulnerabilities of Leaders. So the cost we pay for leadership, for interactions between mentors, and the cost of this interaction, I mean gender stereotypes. This is all about us. The war has changed us today, and let's research today the quality of these changes and quantity of them. And we have started our discussions a little bit earlier, and we conducted a short questionnaire on issues related to center of democracy and rule of law. So we are going to introduce those results, and let me introduce our today's speakers and mentors as well. And for us, it was exciting to know throughout the process of our preparation, and hopefully it will be interesting for you to hear the discussion. Vitaly Pcholkin, head of GAR, co-founder of InfoFishki, a creator of Paralichninko. He is an organization of active rehabilitation, and for me it was a new thing. He is also a player of rugby football on chair wheels. Our next speaker, Tamara Borisova. She is a coordinator of the mentorship program. She is an inspirator of our panel as well, and she is a founder of Synergy Charitable Fund and Charitable Center. Tamara. Then let me introduce also my colleague, a mentor. He is doing both mentorship and other his tasks. Denis Baranets, the public control, civic control NGO. He
has taught to be transparent a lot of people, and currently she is an officer of the National Guard of Ukraine. So thank you for being with us today. And Irina Tishko, for me, she is a special speaker and participant. She researches the participants of women in civil alliances. She's a head of civil alliances, women political action, and she also attends a course of individual leadership delivered by Columbian School. Actually, it's so exciting when we combine different areas of our work, public, private sector, and therefore we believe we are getting stronger. And I'm going to be a moderator to this panel. And the first thing I'd like to do is to focus your attention on the topic. Of course, we will talk about challenges our speakers are facing, and I'll show you the results of our questionnaire. Not all the challenges are problems, but our leaders have particular problems while doing their mentorship activities. And to avoid communication, just talk and forget, we intend to discuss specific tools, practices that help us to overcome all these gender challenges. So we're going to finish with practical recommendations. So from time to time, I'm going to encourage you, dear participants, to be inside this discussion. So first question, the price for leadership, the cost of leadership for you, starting from the full scale invasion. So what's the situation with this cost? Is it changed somehow? So who is ready? So welcome everyone, friends, colleagues. Thanks for inviting me today. Hugely being happy to be here. I don't know where you get this information. I just ask that we do a communication campaign about mentorship leadership. However, let me say honestly that this high price, if it's possible to evaluate it, amounts to my varied dreams. I cannot implement everything that relates to support of women, especially in political field. Our organization works with the advocacy of women rights, and probably we could have had a parliamentary representation represented by women, even, and for me, it will be the biggest my desire if we haven't had the war. However, the high price is that I cannot do it, and I'm desperate. And throughout my mentorship conversations with women, I talk about the maximum possible mobilization that is needed, and I actually don't allow myself to extend my feelings. This is about kind of an example of jumping from the parachute, how it's important to mobilize yourself, to create a physical specific form, not to lose control, not to break your leg or arm, to land down properly. So for me, this is an example with the parachute jump, a full mobilization. And let me cite the words, crying is not the thing for freedom. So this is something I do not allow myself to do only maximum mobilization. And the landscape is different. We should talk about support to each other. We should talk about senses, values. We should look for our pillars, support. And as I communicate with women, we look for those pillars, this support. We talk about our values, and our values are people, horizontal links, investments into our knowledge, faith, and support extended to each other. And probably this is not a short answer, but those meanings are very important. We cannot actually invent them for our whole life, but on our daily work life, they should be as our pillar. I can see some meanings, therefore I will stand up and we'll move forward. Thank you. Dennis, what is the price for leadership for you? Thank you for inviting me. Let me start from the more overall understanding of leadership. So leaders as managers of their teams, they face with the additional challenges interconnected with the implementation of their projects and with the changes in the country, along with the safety and security of their teams. So here we have the work with colleagues to enable their operational abilities to be normalized. They also work on the proper conditions when team will be willing to stay in it without desire to go abroad. So these are all about keeping potential of the best professionals of Ukraine, to let them stay here, to enable changes in it. So these are all additional challenges present before, but with a smaller amount. And along with that, leaders should deal with other feelings. They sometimes are desperate. They may be frustrated, sad, as all ordinary people. And at the same time, they should keep working with their teams. So we should communicate to allocate more time. They are forced to have less time for their everyday activities. Of course, this affects the effectiveness of the organization. Nevertheless, their actions may either preserve or lose the organizations. I have examples when there were organizations with the majority of man staff who went to the front line, and then these organizations diminished their activities. The second thing, when a part of a team at the beginning of the war, when everything was unclear on safety security issues, and the team fled to many parts of the countries, and the organizations were forced to reorganize them. And here the main task was to respectively deal with either military servicing when you are no longer communicating with your team, focusing on the defense of your country, and your organization remains without you, floating on itself. So these are all about the questions whether your team is capable to do your role without you. So this is all about our times. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet all together. This is a very important topic for me. And of course, I could have started with as a coordinator and mentor, I could have started with what kind of challenges that can be for the mentors, but nevertheless, I would like to share my personal experience now, because these challenges, they are not for the leaders. It is a challenge for everybody, and it's the situation when we have to understand the peculiarities of the situation, which can help us to overcome these common challenges with the understanding of the peculiarities and specifics of each other. We are not just leaders. That is just one of our identity, part of our identity. Quite often, we are also the members of the families, daughters, sons, daughters, wives, and husbands. And there are other roles which we have. In the beginning of the full-scale war, I had the challenge and to identify myself. And I was describing that. And as in the Jackie Chan movie, I wanted to stay on the roof of the bus and ask, who am I? Am I the leader of the charity foundation? Should I care about the women who are in a much worse situation? Or should I care about my 3 children? Should I be of an officer? Or maybe I am the one who has to become the member of the part of the army as well, because I'm also the officer. And that actually was something that was a huge challenge for me, an internal challenge. I had to understand who am I at the moment. And at the same time, I had to be an efficient manager of all of these processes. And we women are able to resolve many different issues. We can manage multiple tasks. But I just do not want the women to be leading everything. I want to say that both men and women have to have the equal pool of personal challenges. Who is the person in front of you? Is he or she a father or mother? Is he or she a leader of the organization? Or maybe this person is a volunteer because of the internal call or call of heart. And in my opinion, this emotional challenge, psycho-emotional burden, was the most important thing in the very beginning of the full-scale war. And now we've went through these 2 years, and we managed to understand where are we, what should we do, how should we do. And it seems to me that we should help those who didn't manage it so far, to support them and to walk this way with them, for them to feel to be stronger and to be able to preserve their identity of leader. Thank you. Thank you, Tamara. You have mentioned a very important thing, and that is the thing which unites all of us, because in the crisis situation, we are asking ourselves, who are we? And everyone have the whole board in ourselves, because we are fathers, mothers, sons, children, wives, husbands, and here we need to have a board meeting for everyone to understand, to be able to choose who is going to be leading in this board. And that is quite a very difficult issue. And when you make this decision, it becomes a pillar for you. Vitaly, so what is your price of leadership? Greetings. Yeah, I would have so many thoughts. And if we're talking about the period after the full-scale war, then the price of leadership is something is that it's hard to find the balance between all of these components and to make your decision. It's obvious that I didn't have the problem and the question whether I should join the armed forces of Ukraine because due to obvious reasons, but nevertheless, we understand, and all my colleagues understood that we have to be useful here, and this decision-making process, on the one hand, it was quite obvious for us, but on the other hand, it was complicated because of the scale, because our organization when we are talking about 2022, of course, at that time we were working in humanitarian response, and in 2023, considering the amount of people who had wounds, injuries, very different ones, we were not ready for that. We were working with trauma before, but we never had this amount of people, and our team was not ready psychologically for it. And that is a very hard and it's very hard to prepare and to foresee that things like that will happen. And therefore, we had lots of leadership which occurred when we understood because we understood our responsibility, but we were not able to adjust to it because everything was changing very fast. And of course, we had challenges in the operations because we were growing very fast and we lacked experience. And me as leader, I lost my harmony, I lost my balance because I was not able to study fast. I was not able to obtain the knowledge which is needed to to manage the team, which grew from 7 people to 40 very fast. And therefore, all these psychological issues which started to occur, like the personal ones and what Denise was mentioning, the team support, which is also the part of the team left abroad, and some of them were on the temporary occupied territories. And this is a very difficult experience. And recently, during the weekend, we were discussing these questions, and we had the representatives from the other countries, and they were proving that we are the only ones who have similar experience with because it's so huge. And now I see that my colleagues from abroad, they are coming here not to share with us something, but to get something from us. And all in all, I can say that, so what is the price? Well, the difficulty of the balance, because you have to make the choice, and sometimes it's a difficult choice, and it's not always the case when you can make the right decision. So that is just the way you take. And also you have marked another topic which is very relevant for for the last 2.5 years, and which I see in my work when the organizations grow fast. And on the one hand, they are growing chaotically, and it has grown and you have to do something. So that is a challenge for the leader and for the team, which, as Denise has said, can be divided. Some of them can be on the front line, some of them can be abroad, but at the same time, the leaders might see the perspectives, but they need to grow, and they make one step back because they do not know what to do with it. And the question of the pillars, will I manage? Thank you for these insights. So we will come back to them. And I suggest to talk about the topic of our meetings, the topic of our research, the gender challenges of leaders and of both genders. That is not just a meme, that is a real discussion, and that is one of the challenges. Because we still need to set our lenses to be able to see what is a gender stereotype, what is gender violence, and because quite often this lens is not working properly, and we have to be ready for that. And therefore, it's not just a funny picture, it's just one of the challenges. What kind of gender stereotypes? So I'm heterosexual and don't have this lens. So we have talked to our mentors of the mentor program, and now you can see on this slide the information which we identified, and here we can see different stories about how the perception of women has changed and how professions started to be more accessible. There are also stories which are not very optimistic. For example, right now you can read it on this slide, but also I would like to ask our speakers first of all, and then to ask you to form these common list. What kind of gender challenges do people face now, the leaders of the humanitarian organizations in the civil sector? So maybe if you're ready, we can start with you, and then we can come back to our speakers. So we have one more mic. Let's try to use the resources we have at maximum. The most often thing I hear from my colleagues, and that's sometimes that has an impact on me, that is life-work balance. So safety and security issues, we are with children, with animals, with parents, and expectations that women, despite their position, despite their business, they are the ones who have to take care of them. And here, we have to understand whether we follow these stereotypes or we are going through them, because you will support, you will agree with me, because women are also using these stereotypes from time to time to justify some their not perfect behaviors. And for example, I did not become the professor because I have 2 children, but we do understand that if you want to do something, then you look for the opportunities. And all of us have different potentials with different support, and we are managing things in different ways, and we are identifying our priorities. The thing is that we need the society to support to overcome these stereotypes, and it can help us to be more responsible in what we do, both men and women. Maybe someone else? Maybe you want to add something, or to add something to this list, or to expand. Speaking of the challenges, before we had the challenges before the war, and we have them now. In every team, there are the challenges which the team has and the leaders have. Regarding gender, we always have to understand that men there are some expectations that man has to provide for the family, and therefore, if the charity foundation or the organization is not able to satisfy these needs of his family, he has to leave the charity sector to and seek for the better options. And as for women, once again, it depending on the culture, on the corporate culture and the organization, how it works, and whether what organization is doing, there might be the challenges regarding the constant involvement. And for example, women might not be able to be 24/7 online or to be in the office because they have to take care of the children or to go to the hospital or something else. But on the other hand, charity organization is the best organization where you can provide the opportunities to both men and women to satisfy their needs at the same time working. So I think that we are going to cover that in the next question, and what kind of life hacks do we have for that. And speaking of the challenges, the next challenge is since the beginning of the full scale war, we had some new challenges, safety ones. Women are responsible for the children, and they are sticking to their children. Some of them decided to leave the country, and at the same time, they are still the parts of the team. So that is the necessity for the organizations. And they need the management has to look for the new ways to work and how to integrate these members of the team to work. Speaking of men, the way how we look for the people is different. For example, some time ago, there were many some professions required more women, some professions required more men. So in our organization, we were not focused on gender. It was important for us to see the professional in front of us. And nevertheless, men professional, they have additional requirements. Do you have booking? Do you have these? Do you have that? Do you have additional opportunities? And that is something organization did not face before. And during work, we can see new challenges. The challenge is the organization has to be presented on the national, international level. Who's going to attend international level? You will not be allowed to go there, so let it Tanya be, because it will be easier for her to leave. On the national level, someone is saying like, oh, well, I probably will not go. I just do not want to go from one city to another, because who knows what will happen. Let's send Tanya. So we can have different situations, some surprising ones, which we have never thought of. And that is becoming the challenge because, of course, we can resolve everything. But nevertheless, if you know about these kind of issues, you can plan better, you can do it more logically, and not to turn it into a crisis. Thank you, Denise, that you added to the list. In fact, I have a long lecture why men and women have a different historical background and why women are considered to be the group of society which is most vulnerable. And considering the historical background, considering the type of socialization which women get in patriarch system. Who knows what is gender? Please raise your hand. Okay, not many of you, but not to speak in bird language, because for me, as for social worker, it's hard for me to transform some strange words into human language. Gender is a social role. Gender is some certain image stereotype about some work, some type. Yes, doing some certain things in some society, some certain work. Gender roles are changing historically, and in the past, around 100 years ago, women were not allowed to vote. Then women have the opportunity to be politicians, of course, with some certain limitations, with some certain conditions, but nevertheless, we have this kind of opportunity. What is also important to mention is that no one gave us for granted these rights. We undertook the efforts to achieve it. So, all historical excursions we made, and now we understand that we have the war, and now I can say that it's not even the war, but the Russians, Rusnya. They are pulling us back with archaic way in their Middle Ages, in their tribal past. And it concerns also the gender roles, because in the Russian Federation, everything is very complicated. The social bonds, so with the social interaction between men and women, and these two did not criminalize domestic violence. And you know that there are traditional family values. And thanks to these horrible words, thanks to this archaic tool, unfortunately, war has deepened the patriarch discourse, and that is something we are facing right now. We return to gender roles, archaic gender roles. Yes, men got the status of the defender, and women, they proved their status of defender, and women, following the stereotypical roles, they work and they are the defenders of the family obligations of children, of elderly people. Because it's not always children, by the way, and unfortunately, this is the reality we live in. But nevertheless, the war as a crisis situation is a big challenge to the social changes and social interaction and the gender roles as well, because as we can see, women are ruining these stereotypes and women leaders because yesterday this woman was able to be a normal housewife and now she's collecting millions for the equipment for the army and she does not understand her identity of the leader. And in our school and in our mentor activities, we are trying to explain the women this new identity.
And we try to teach, to talk about that, to communicate that I'm a person who can obtain responsibility and women are getting this subject meeting. Women are now going to the Ukrainian armed forces servicing. We are talking about more than 6,000 of these women. And policy making, army, not to mention religion, and religion as a brand new thing for women. We now have new professions for that, but all those areas ruin this old absolute understanding about the role of women. And men are often afraid to go to the army, facing with the trap of these gender roles, as gender stereotypes can harm not only to do harm to women, but to men with psychological issues, not necessarily ready to talk about them. Because of that, we had huge ranks of statistics related to deaths among men. So men are undergoing initiation through violence, and many men are subject to violence since their childhood from the same men. So we're talking about men's socialization. And in fact, it's essential to talk about those challenges and to talk about visible changes in gender roles. Understand that women requires support, skills, and enabling them to get this subjectivity. Men should learn how to communicate about their problems, challenges. We also should help them to get through traumas. This is all about sensitivity, about people, and to confirm previous rhetorics, I should say that people are important as ever. You should see this need, and therefore will be able to preserve our community. Thank you. Natalia would like to add something, or we can ask our audience. So I'm not going to add a lot. Let me stress, this is a challenge for all the times, and all the issues we have just discussed are being exaggerated once a person gets this disability. So imagine a woman experiences other difficulties if her husband, for example, gets disability. So new barriers appear on the level, for example, of getting medical care, going to a gynecologist. People simply don't have any understanding, and there is no equipment needed for that. The same goes for men. And we try in the part of leadership, and as our organization works at the methodic equal to equal, we try to look for and develop leadership among military servicemen with the injuries of spinal cord, to help other servicemen that will have injuries. And many of them have issues. They all want to come back, recover, and rejecting this objective reality and injuries to the spine cord cannot be cured. Actually, you cannot return your leg. And with all those incurability, all this obsolete rehabilitation system, we have those wasted hopes with lack of understanding that we should be objective in terms of our reality. We need to look for new ways of recovery, and many men are just struggle with that. They neither cannot come back nor find a way to accept that their role has been changed forever, and we should help them in that, probably in getting new experience, in getting comfortable. This is something we have been working on that, and globally it is unsolved. So thank you for this story about the need of redistributed experience, as I have never been in this situation. I'm afraid it's hard for me. I don't know where to go, how to start, and I cannot to go further as I'm no longer as I used to be. And it's so important that public society is that pillar to in sharing this experience with those who need it. Probably our participants present in our hall have some remarks. What would you add to the list of gender challenges? And I'm going to record your remarks. Alexander? Thank you, colleagues. I have a remark, probably it is more of clarification. First, before the war, and the way of vulnerable categories, children, women, GBV, there was good, quite significant results. Now, with this war, we have this feeling as we dragging behind. And my question would be, what can be done not to prevent our going backward 30 years ago, as we have very concerning signs. And the second, it all relates to the gender-based violence. We can see that there is an increasing number of GBV requests related to war, violence on the part of men and women. And our systems used to work very poorly, insufficiently, and now it appears that a lot of things are being hidden, including on the part of survivors. So what should we expect in the future? Probably you can answer to the part of my questions. Okay. Please, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I'm Elena. Every statement of every speaker is very heartfelt. And let me come back to 30 seconds ago. I think that one of the challenges for leadership is that you can allow yourself to be a small ant under the land, even only having games or playing with your children. And I am conscious that I can be that small ant only in my dreams. As for gender issue, in my circle of work, we deal with NGOs. Public society has been more feministic. So we experience more and more women inclusion into this issue. If this is not the case, please comment on that. And we have another problem while working on policies on gender discriminations and equality. We are facing with the backwards issue. Having history and ideology of this development, these policies laid in the field of enabling more active women participation, currently we have a backward situation. Currently we are lacking men and NGOs to provide for equality of men compared to women. So currently we have a feminist civil society, and this is not a bad or a good thing. It is our current situation. Thank you. And it's important to take a look at the facts without any assessment. Facilitation is a tool and a mentorship that provides for meeting people in the situation they find themselves. And then we'll be able to communicate better and influence the situation better. Then I don't see hands. Irina, can you answer the question from our hall? And then we will move to our next story. And we felt this indulgence to talk about these things. And I used a mentorship tool. And let's imagine that the problem requires a question. And with Alexandra, we started to play in these games. She asked, what if we go back for 30 years? So let's answer this question in two stages. So what are the problems, and then what are the questions can be asked? And we do not intend to answer in the format yes or not. However, this is not something we would like to have. So please be more substantial and answer questions. So let's dwell upon our conversation in the way to train ourselves. How am I capable to maintain conversation through questions? So the man who asks question is leading. So thank you for your question. Also, it's very relevant. As a gender expert, I notice this way backward, and for me it's so painful to see the increased visibility of women in our society and media. This is all about political discourse where man is a leader, a, a man is now getting privilege. But in fact, the number of women amounts to some 70% compared to 24th February 2022. And before this day, we had 30% of visibility. Now we have 17. So the space is no longer belonging to them. So we can call ourselves leaders, we can be experts. However, there is no visibility in media. Our image of a woman as a volunteer, as a fighter, is underestimated. We still have the role of those who should rescue someone, a stereotypic ones. We are so different, and in fact, we are disappearing. And this is a challenge. And this is all about this going backward. Is a huge attack that hits the most vulnerable, and these are, and it was before the war, the poorest people in Ukraine, women who are single mothers. So Ukrainian poverty has women's face, and this vulnerable group has become even more vulnerable. LGBT community, women with disabilities, women from rural areas, elderly women. So these are all groups we should talk, we should support, and their situation has become awful. They do not get enough services, support, aid. Let's not forget IDP among women. And there are threats for young women. And this is a threat to become in the labor slavery, to become a prostitution. And these are groups we should draw attention to. And what can be done? We should communicate, we should engage. In our communication school, we try to engage different groups of women as this intersectional approach is inside of me. And if you need, I can come to you and help you in guiding. So we have our superpower enabling us to gather different women. We have the older 75 years old and the younger 15 years old. We should enable them to communicate, and horizontal links rescues us from the totalitarianism. Without these people, we tend to believe in populism things, and we should reinforce horizontal links, see more, talk with different communities, support and understand their needs. These are the most important things. These are about my mission, because we are not the state bodies, we are not restricted with something. We are more flexible, we are freer. And this is my response to you. And as for leadership and women, this is our reality. And before each crisis, public space belong to men. Private space belong to women. And men have decided that empathy, taking care of children, should be done by women.
genetically, and we also should talk to women. Sometimes they tend to have this patriarchic type of thinking, and we should talk about solidarity, because this is not about words. This is about actions, not criticizing of each other. And this is a huge challenge we are undergoing right now, and we should rethink leadership as a thing, as it cannot belong to one person, one category, or one gender. There are specific competencies that can belong to everyone, but this chance today is to talk about it, to explore how we can do.
Some of our participants also have the question. Also, you can ask to your panelists, you can ask the questions to each other or to the audience. So please, the floor is yours, and then I have the question regarding the political leadership, and considering the fact that we have the society which mainly wants to see defenders, women and men in the future politics, and considering the fact that most of the women left Ukraine, they cannot be elected, most likely. What is the future of the leadership in Ukraine? Thank you. Denise, the floor is yours. You you mentioned the proved sociological data and that it's true and that we can expect this kind of development of the events. The political leadership. I like the idea, Irina's forecast that I guess we would have the most women-oriented parliament and women-represented parliament, and we can come to this point that is a part of the political leadership. And people want to see former militaries or the ones who participated in military actions. We have to consider the situation from a few perspectives. First of all, militaries became the group of people, very big group of people. They used to be the ones who signed the contract, and now there are more than millions of people, 500,000 of people, and there is going to be a huge demographic, social, political, economical group of people, the former military, the veterans. They will have their association, their organizations, their political parties, and not just representations in the other political parties. It's going to be a huge part of the society, and therefore we are not talking about the way how we see them. They are going to be there, and that's it. The other thing is that political leadership. What kind of political leadership do we want to talk about? Do we want to get focused on genders or the social groups or on the ideology or in the strategy of the development of the state? Does the state development depend on the political leadership of men or women? Maybe you want to comment? If it didn't depend on it, then why are we choosing men as the presidents for so many years? Well, that is probably sympathies. We are not the ones, not we are the ones who are selecting the presidents, but you're the ones. These people don't live in the somewhere in space. They live in the patriarchal society, and they have masculine leadership stereotypes. So the real host, the real leader who can risk, who has some certain properties. Charismatic, sometimes narcissistic, not always consequent, sometimes not competent, doesn't have strong expertise, but he becomes the leader of these countries. So that is a kind of typical mistake of our ages, the ages of simple solutions. There are no simple solutions, and in the leadership, we do not have simple solutions because we cannot choose people by gender. In fact, we cannot think outside of our box. Our thoughts are made by the society. Society has an impact on our decision. And therefore, men, not always with the best expertise, are becoming the leaders, and that is our problem. So, what can we do to rethink this leadership? The new vision, or the vision which relies on the experience which we got or which we go through, it will give to develop new strategies. This the action plan depends on the strategy. So you should ask the right questions. And by the way, I recommend there is a survey which says that Ukrainians don't expect the military in the heart of the country. I recommend you to watch it because I've seen lots of nationalists in the politics, and they say that the radicals, when they are going to politics, they are becoming neutral because Ukraine is very different, is not even, and they have to see the situation in different ways, not just black and white. And militaries, servicemen, they it's some kind of carefulness which we are very careful about these kind of things, and people do not want to see. It's not like they do not want to see it. It's like they are not interested in it. So it's interesting because on the one hand we have a thesis that militaries will return and they will fix everything. And actually, I'm pissed out with this story. And on the other hand, we have this researchers where we are afraid. We, as we are afraid to pass over the rights and freedom. So you have a question. Oleg Danuskov, I would like to provide the example of the journalism against corruption in Jewel, and we have 52 centers all around Ukraine, meaning that we have lots of managers, and me as a person who is responsible for the communication with the staff. Practically every week I have calls with the people because you can imagine this kind of level of burnout, and I'm kind of psychotherapist or a psychologist, and one can call me at midnight and we can talk for almost all night, and then we have the task to return personality, and then we can return the person to the family. And because there is no other social activity can be more than social value, then you can return this person as the member of the society, and then as a member of the organization, and then as the manager. So I can say that most of this way we are managing to do during the night call. But my grandmother was a professor in psychotherapy, and from the family of the medical experts. Even though I do not have the degree in psychiatry, I can do that. I know how to do that. So, what do you think about the opportunities for the managers of the other organizations which work with the staff? Opportunities to increase their capability in for psychological assistance to the staff, because it's you can understand that people cannot just read the books. You need the trainings. You need some certain type of practical skills, exercises, maybe some support of the organizations where the members are already. So maybe there are some kind of referrals. So you understand, it's not like talking, but people have to be sent to training. So it's a systematic work. And now I think that some certain aspects are there. I mean, psychological assistance, but nevertheless, I cannot see the systematic approach. Can you see it? Thank you. So we consider that to be the step towards improving the situation. So that is going to be the answer to the next question of our discussion. So what can we do for it? First of all, we need to identify the need, the problem. We have to say that we have this need, and then we have to listen to our speakers who will tell us whether these problem really exists and whether we really need to fight it. I do not like the word fight, but manage maybe better. So at the moment, we have lots of program for support. And personally, me, I know that UKU prepares, the Kiev Mohyla University prepares these kind of programs. Our mentor program, it also foresees these kind of support of mentors, case-oriented one on resolving the case. If there is a need, if there is a request, we are going to work with this request. And that is very important. I would like to thank you for mentioning this aspect because safety and security managers in each organization, that is our closest reality. And that is not going to be just the manager who is going to physically secure us, but also mentally. Sasha? I would like to comment on that. I'm very sorry to interrupt you. So, dear colleagues, I would like to ask you so that the heads of the heads of the organizations so would not have the role of everyone. And I'm very sorry, Victoria, but we are talking a lot about security and also mental safety. And I do understand that not all of the organizations are able to hire the specialist, but we still have lots of the opportunities. There are lots of platforms, and therefore, not all of them heads of the organizations are security and safety managers. Not all of the safety and security managers are not the experts when you have a burnout. So you shouldn't mix these roles because they are very important things. And in this way, we can only make the situation worse. So, Alexandra, so that is actually the thing I wanted to say. So, because on the one hand, indeed, leader or non-leader, for yourself and for the others, we have to provide the first medical assistance, and also we have to have the competence to provide the psychological assistance. But when it starts to have an impact on my life, when I'm not able to sleep during a night and I'm talking at night, uh, when these roles overlap, that is not the good thing. And there are lots of organizations, especially after 2022, which are professionally providing these kind of services, even pro bono. And I had a few stories when the leader of the organization was tired of being a psychologist because it's not typical for him, and it's not just listening. You have to know how to listen. You have to know how to contain it and to clean your container during this listening, because otherwise you might have the problems with personal burnout, and that is a very difficult situation. And therefore, yes, the first assistance should be provided, but then we have the resources, and that is the responsibility of me as leader, as a person, to find the resource. And later I will share on this information because I have lots of the colleagues who work in this area, and also the organization Right for Protection. They have very powerful a psychological direction, and there you can get up to 5 consultations free of charge. The thing is that you have to be in line. It can be both online and offline, and you have to use these opportunities. And considering my experience, I can say that there are so many cases. And as mentor, I was working with leaders, and when the member team was referred to the professional support, all the team felt better, and the relations were much better in the communication. Yes, it's not a magical wand. The work with psychologists foresees some certain resources, also the time, but nevertheless, you should not be in charge of everything. And the second aspect is that I'm the partner of the program Mental Health and Emotional Wealth of the business. And the international researchers and Ukrainian ones, they tell show us that it's not only our pain. And after the pandemic of 2022, that is a systematic challenge and a problem for the leaders, both in business, because the research was conducted for the business leaders, because they have resources, they have lots of various programs which help to not to go nuts, but at the same time, they still have this challenge. And therefore, not only the society leaders have these kind of challenges. That is an international challenge, but nevertheless, we have the resources and the opportunity to overcome it, and also the mentorship programs, which are paying a lot of attention to these issues. You wanted to add something? So I'm going to speak from the perspective of my personal experience through the perspective of disability, and we understand that all of these psychological issues can be considered in different ways. That can be online, which is available for most of the people who have some basic skills, digital skills. But speaking of my personal experience, in 2023, my colleagues, all of them, they were insisting on me going somewhere and reset. But I'm not going to name their organization. I respect them a lot, but there were various trainings on psychological recovery of the heads of the organizations and support of the organizations where I applied, and I got the answer that huge sorry, but we have accessibility issue because there are 30 stairs and probably they don't have an inclusive toilet. We can invite you, but that's up to you whether you want to go. And many of these things is not available, physically impossible to participate these events, and therefore on subconscious level I'm going to avoid because you have to apply, you have to describe something, you have to do something, and in the end you get no, and you spend your resources, you are upset because nothing is changing, and you get even bigger stress. So the question of non-barrier spaces, I'm very glad that we are considering it in the big context. And I'm glad that it's improving. So we have to look broader. We have to have the services available. And for the heads of the organizations, especially for those who have disability, the question of leadership is very complicated. We have a lot of obstacles, a huge number of them, and that concerns not only psychological trainings, any type of trainings. We see that just a few people with disabilities are attending them, and when something is established, it is mentioned that the event is inclusive, and the most of the people have the doubts that it's going to be comfortable, and most of the people are avoiding these kind of leadership trainings and events. And that's the question, which is already very, very accurate, but it's going to be even more accurate. So thank you very much for discussing this. It's very good that when the organizers understand how important is accessibility, because in some time we will have a huge need and a huge request, and we will need to cover it. If you don't mind a very short remark, we also face the same issue when we were organizing the event. We were registering the people, and quite often the people can have some additional needs. They need disability, and we find out about it during the event. So, and we are asking why you didn't inform us in advance, because not every space is inclusive at the moment. And they say, and we didn't do that on purpose, because otherwise you would have refused, and I wouldn't have come to this event. So they are risking their comfort, and they are undertaking the responsibility. So they are getting somehow to this event. So that is a very broad discourse of the problems, how ready we are and how ready we are when we are organizing different trainings to think about it in advance and to prepare it. Yes, that is very important. To coming back to this issue, we have to find the people where they are, and that is the new reality, and therefore that is obligatory when we have the checklist of preparation to the event. These points should be during the registration and during the communication stage on the possibility to satisfy your additional needs during this event. So that is a very important thing, and it changes us, and we can do that just when we remember that we can be different. Yes, please.
Dennis, would you like to say something? I have voiced all my thoughts. And then I suggest you to ask your question, and then we should move on to the story of good practices. Distinguished colleagues, I have a specific question that lays in the landscape of gender issues. I like to hear from our speakers on the matter related to trends that are getting harder, meaning parents should not decide gender on their children. So draft laws have been improved in several countries, including Germany, and sometimes children cannot identify themselves to be man or woman, girl or boy. Let me provide a short remark. We have a broad context. We talk about more narrowed challenges in the work of leaders. However, colleagues, if you can command, please be brief. So we have heard that there are 150 genders, and we are afraid that European dogmas will change our reality. Don't be afraid. The Istanbul Convention went through similar path, and we were afraid to ratify it. However, this is not the case. We should not expand these scares. Gender should be established with a birth. We have X and Y chromosomes. We have two genders. This is the true. All other gender things are related to gender identities. Dennis, can you hear me? As far as I understood, the problem in those countries laid in the field that children beyond 18 years old don't fully understand what they want to wear. For example, girls' clothes or men's clothes. Parents may give them hormones and even for surgeries. However, at such a young age, this is so unclear whether this is for sure or not. A child may simply want to understand the reality, and after 18 years old, he or she will be back at the gender track. And sometimes this is all about hormones, and sometimes boy can become a military serviceman. So as far I understood, parents are now can allow their children to live as they want in terms of their gender identity before they came out to age, and then to decide by themselves. But this is not about the status being in a marriage or not. This is quite a long-term process that foresees a lot of stages to go through to take this very stable decision. And this is the first remark. I'm not an expert in gender issues. However, this story reminds me the following. In coaching on existential theory, Sometimes people come and tell us that, oh my God, I've lost a sense of my life. And we actually try to persuade this person that there are other problems. So firstly, we should think about other parts of these puzzles. If we were so afraid about ratification of Istanbul Convention, and now we're afraid about the change of sex, this is not about it. We should look for other problems, other sides of this puzzle. And there are instances, and we should understand this legislation should be adopted by policymakers. But on the other hand, this is all about the equilibrium to be brought to the society. And there might be huge amount of children and parents who need it. But this is food for thought. Thank you. We have just talked that the war drags women leadership backward. And take the other angle, spouse relationship. And we have women who get their man, and they select actually their man based on financial ability of this man. And for someone it's good market, and for others there are stereotypes that whether you like it or not, you should be a mother and a wife. And before the war, the roles were just the same. After the war started, there have a lot of divorces came, as many women realized that they can be economically independent and they don't need any man. This is exactly for those families who have been formed under previous initiatives. And for example, we have experience, for example, to the following situation. We might have a situation when a woman should take care of herself. Then the question would be, this economic independence that has been fostered by the war, would it be a prerequisite for women to be economically independent? And therefore, we will have to say that there is no longer any leadership backwards, but women are keen to take what they want to take. Please, you have to be brave. I don't see any economic sky rating. Even figures are all about different things. Women, due to some conditions, are even more economically dependent. And there are things we don't want to talk. A lot of servicemen will come back from the war with disability and will require a lot of time for recovery. And they will have another partner next to them who is going to be without proper economic resources. As we have more servicemen as men, so those assistants who will be next to them with sacrifice to their leadership ambitions, economic resources, they'll be most likely women. And it is a hard task for everyone. So man is going to feel his inability to do something. He will feel that he is no longer capable to defend, to feed, to be a breadwinner for his family. And women will feel that from now on they should defend the interests of her family, her man, children. And it's so early to talk about economic breakthrough. Here, breakthrough or failure should be considered, and we are still on the way to cover that. And my personal understanding shows me that those women who have independence economically, they continue to have it. And those women who wanted to have breadwinners, they continue to do so. So nothing has changed, and public organizations are the best place where women can achieve their ambitions. As civic sector gets almost nothing, and this is a stereotypic thing. We are talking about sacrifice, lack of funds, area where women are working, nurses, schools, kindergartens, public sectors. So here gender matters. But as for economic independence, gender stereotypes prevents us from being authentic. We come into this world and we are immediately being told that we should take care, clean everything, etc. Then man comes into this world and he's immediately been told that you're now a serviceman, don't cry, don't express your emotions. And all these gender roles, stereotypes, all these things prevent us from being ourselves. And aspirations of women to find someone who will provide financing to her, this is just about not asking yourself what I want to do. So we should talk about all these issues starting from the kindergarten age. Girls are not intended to be as emotional, playful men, our boys, and we actually show all of this. Ukrainians show that if we give up, would we achieved what we have? So we need to talk about it. And situation has changed. The majority of legal entities are belonging to women. Small businesses are led by women. So women are becoming economically independent and they decide to do everything by themselves. But the problem here, and I didn't respond to the previous question related to possible return of women from abroad where previously economically independent women may here in Ukraine be considered as not so independent. So the law prohibits some things, and as a public speaker we
are getting ready for the next elections, we should guarantee our women to participate in decision-making policies in the state, to enable them to return, to give them chance to be elected. This is a signal that we are waiting for them. Our state needs them with no tension related to just come back. We should guarantee a political possibility to act to those women who are currently abroad and who have already returned. So we should talk about it as public initiative. It's vital signal as we want to get them back. Thank you for this clarification. Our time is over. We have gathered answers to the questions in this questionnaire related to possible recommendations. And if we review them, we can divide them into specific elements related to procedures. So we should develop some practices, some documents, but also vision should be, and narrative should be, and up to 40 seconds for your response. What can you tell us about possible narratives to appear to enable us to overcome the challenge of gender stereotypes and the need to take more responsibilities? So we should preserve the choice. So 40 seconds. Who is ready? I understand 30 seconds is not that much. So a narrative should be conscious about the changes in the roles. And during martial law, we can review different options for development. Even we should have this courage to accept those challenges and to evaluate those risks to avoid any backwards, including we should allocate enough time to that. We have many stories when men after getting disabilities discovered that they like and enjoy cooking and taking care of children. And I've seen many pairs, couples who live with that in peace. Thank you. Who's ready, please? I also would like to emphasize that we are all different with different needs, and we should ensure these needs to be covered to everyone with regard to gender roles and other peculiarities, individual ones, only with due understanding that being united we are strong but different, we'll be able to prevail, rebuild and recover. Let me give you two messages for narratives. We are flexible, therefore, when we need to develop strategic targets for the state, and then we should achieve those targets. These targets should be desirable for everyone, and there might be areas where you can deliver to doing by some portions, step by step, and if you should change your role,
you should be flexible. The second message, and I like this word or expression, self-confidence. So if we have this self-confidence, then we can scale up this confidence to our team, to our society, enabling everyone to get to the goals. I'm a little bit afraid of this screen as it shows red color. As for me, I don't have enough time, but I'll be brief. For leaders, it's always a privilege or maybe a challenge or a weight that should be on the shoulders, is to see the future. And I'm not mystifying or providing weird thinking. No, I'm not about this. I'm about forming visions about what we should expect, about feeling of a mood of society. It's about feeling to have a national unity. This is a good skill, and this is of a leadership. And within this context, we will have to rethink the value of care, empathy, and this is not about some unclear words. We now clearly understand the meaning. Care is priceless, and I would like to build the economy of care. So we take care of the talent, resources of every citizens of Ukraine, and so this taking care would be our national feature. And finishing, I'd like to thank you and distinguished participants. Thank for all your answers, questions. They moved us forward. And to conclude, if we take care only about the strengths, we then become more vulnerable. So our strengths becomes our vulnerability, and vice versa. Vulnerability can be that strengths. So let God us give strengths.
Підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3, стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо там по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш
Такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою «Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога». Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», «Промприлад Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні. Бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3, стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш Такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери. Це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Ця наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», промприлад «Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні, бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери. Це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Ця наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», промприлад «Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні.
Шановні форумчани, форумчанки, всі, хто є офлайн, всі, хто є онлайн, ми продовжуємо. Продовжуємо говорити про те, що нас надихає, те, що нас робить сильнішими, те, що нас об'єднує. Продовжуємо говорити про, власне, контекст.
So we are talking about the context we are working in and the context which where we are creating the better environment for the better society. I hope that you had the opportunity to discuss some new cooperation projects. And now I'm ready to announce our final and for this forum practicum from the lawyers for civil society. We called it very informal, so everything you can ask about the NGOs and charity organization, but I want it not to be an obstacle for those who are not involving volunteers, but just planning to involve them. So today we are going to talk about a very wide range of topics, and I would be minimum moderating this event. Some part of the speakers you can see on our poster. We have also so among our participants, we have Irina Tyshko, head of civic talent. Oh, sorry. We have Eurostop lawyers, and also we have another event of IRI, and that was the event dedicated to the uniting of the community leaders. And I would like to invite to our scene Natalia Povtar, who is coordinating the direction of the volunteership policies and lawmaking. And I'm also taking my place here. So what are we going to talk about? So you've seen on our program, and briefly I will introduce the topic. So each of the speakers, each of the lawyers has internal readiness to answer the questions, and we will probably briefly show how this kind of interaction will happen. So we want it to be at most useful and at most interactive. So we can do it in two ways. So we prepared for both of them. First of all of you have the questions, and you can raise your hands, and you can show do it in this way so that I could see who is asking the question. You can turn it back, or if you do not have the ready questions from you as the audience, we can move to the typical cases. So we are working with from many charity organizations, from civil organizations, and we are consulting them because in the framework of CDM, we have CEDM, we have the support to the civil society, and the questions which we will not cover on this stage, we will be able to consult you on later. So every question is valuable for us now. So I would like to tell each of the lawyers will be able to tell a few words about him or herself, and we will understand what are you ready to talk about and what are you ready to consult about. And after that, we will move to the hands raised of our participants. So the first one was Miss Natalia Kuresh. The floor is yours. Greetings. I am the banking lawyer. I have quite a big experience in bank structures, and therefore I know this issue not from the civil sector, and I will be very glad to answer the questions regarding the problems with banks and financial monitoring, TVV, and the other painful things we are facing nowadays. And I won't be able to answer your questions now. All of them I've recorded and if you will need some kind of references to some certain laws or bylaws, I will provide a consultation later. Mr. Maxim, the short introduction of your work. Greetings, dear colleagues, dear friends. My name is Maxim. I'm the lawyer and volunteer of at Stab. I'm working with NGOs, charity foundations, and in your judicial headquarters, we're providing assistance to those who want to establish the charity foundation or NGOs, or they have some, or the existing ones who have some questions, and I'm ready to answer all your questions. Thank you. Miss Olena, the floor is yours. Greetings. I really appreciate the invitation because that is a big honor to be represented in front of a huge community of civil society because you are the ones who are making our country. Olena Smolyak, I'm the partner of the advocacy organization CETES, and I'm also the member of the Право Свідоме organization. And when we are going to talk about NGOs, about registration, about internal policies, we will be able to talk. I will be able to be a lawyer who is supporting these kind of activities and registration of NGOs and the development of the statute documents, support and legal support of NGOs, and also the development of the policies, but also as the member of the NGO, because serving and being inside are different things, and understanding on your personal experience, on your personal skin, what kind of issues NGOs face, how legally it is possible to regulate these issues, and how it is impossible to regulate it internally. And that is also a thing we can discuss. During the full-scale war, we registered 148 NGOs, so 100 out of them that are communities and allies. When I'm talking about I'm talking about the organizations which are legally registered and not as physical entities. So that is a small remark. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Natalia. The floor is yours. So the key problem I'm working with at the moment, that is a laws regulating volunteership. And if you want to establish the cooperation with volunteers, the agreement on volunteership, the insurance volunteering, the rights and obligations when it comes to volunteership, the issues of the state registration of the NGOs. If needed, I'm ready also to answer these questions, and I'm ready to join Miss Elena in these questions. Also, if you have the questions, so now I'm afraid to say that on the physical entities, private entrepreneurs, volunteers. I'm also ready to talk about these on what kind of issues are there and peculiarities on how you conduct these type of untypical volunteer work. So I will be ready to answer these kind of questions. And I've already decided how can we build the order so not to discriminate anyone. I suggest those of you who have questions to stand up and to stand next to the stage, and we can have a line here. In this way, we will understand the order of the questions. So that is a banking laws on banks, establishing organization, maintenance, and preparation of different policies. Yes. Or otherwise, the classical raising hand. Do you have the question prepared to one of our speakers? I do understand that the launch took a lot of our creative potential. Mr. Oleksiy, thank you very much for being initiative. Please introduce yourself. Oleksiy Tveres, Red Cross Ukraine. I have the question which I do not know whether it's in the framework of what we are talking. It's the personal data protection of the volunteers, because that is a very important component. So in our committee, probably from speaking of our specifics and then the other one. So speaking of the Red Cross Ukraine, we have the specifics that our oblast centers, they are legal entities, meaning that they are the part of the single organization, but at the same time, they are the separate legal entity. And the other thing is that we are establishing the general register of our volunteers. In this way, our volunteers make an agreement with the oblast center, but for them to be in our national register, we need to get the information about them from the other Red Cross organization. And here there is a question probably, how, in your opinion, it is better to do it in the legal way, these personal data transfer to the third party, so that we don't create the impression that they are passing these personal data to outside the Red Cross, because the third party can be not just the Red Cross, but whoever. So that is the concrete question. That is, and speaking generally about the personal data protection, yesterday we were talking about Euro integration and that we will need to have the communitarian, and then we'll have general data protection regulation and scare one. And according to it, as far as I know, in the humanitarian sector, not many of us work according to it. And I think that is going to be the question. And then there is a question: does the center, does CMD planning any kind of consultative materials on the implementation of these norm of provision of the legislation? Thank you very much for this question, because CDM is not just the civil society development. We also have the media law, and in the framework of it, we are providing the data on personal data. And if we knew separately about these requests, we could have prepared, because in fact, that is a very important question. And I really appreciate that you have told it, because on the website, we have the part of the consultations ready on our website, and we will be ready. We will be glad to work with your request. And I will provide our lawyers the opportunity to say something, what do they think about it. But at the same time, I actually understand your question, because the part of our ideology in the development of the volunteer law, each has to be caring about volunteers, and therefore personal data is one of the milestones. One of the pillars everything has to be standing on. Mr. Maxim, Miss Olina, are you ready to answer, Alexei? If you don't mind, I will start, so my colleagues can add a bit later. So lawyers and the legal sphere, when people are contacting us, we are serving the request of the client. What does it mean? That means that if you already have some certain route of the personal data transfer, in this case, we have to do everything possible for this road to be notified, for it to be formed in a document, and we have to provide the possibility of keeping this document inside all of your organizations. And we have to, your road should be or be aligned to the legislation, current Ukrainian legislation, or we have to change something. And here we can say that there is a violation of the laws of Ukraine. So how to provide the protection, personal data protection? So if you already have the road of the information transfer of these personal data, in this case, it's obvious that the first step has to be formed as a policy, as internal provision. So let's start with the fact that volunteers have to provide the agreement to the consent that their personal data can be shared and analyzed. You have to have it written, this consent, and you have to develop the form for the personal data storage, collection, storage, and transfer. And then in the document, it can be the internal policy. You have to write the routes and the procedure of the personal data transfer. Probably you have some kind of system, some CRM system in the framework of which personal data is protected, and the legal part is to describe it in the way as it happens. Then we have to consider how this internal policy can be implemented. So we have not only the law about the personal data, so that yes, we violated, it was sued, you were sued, and then there is compensation or some other kind of punishment, but your statute documents have to foresee the possibility of the development and organization of the different policies, which are obligatory for everyone, for all the participants of the NGO, because you are not going to sue on every case, on every situation, depending, considering the price of this process, and you have to resolve everything internally. If your statute documents do not foresee the initiative of these kind of rules and provisions, and do not create the obligations for the volunteers and the rest of the team to follow them, then you will not be able to resolve the problem inside. So you have to write everything in the statutes and the policies, and these documents have to meet your real procedure which you are using, and you have to, and it has to be aligned with the legislation. So that is my legal answer to this question. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Yes, please. In fact, we have to clarify with Alexei, the centers which are working in the region, so they are separate legal entities, but they are using their own statutes or their own provisions, or the statute of the all Ukrainian organizations, both. And that is always an issue. In Ukrainian legislation, So it's a very typical situation. Um, and here we are not talking about one legal entity passing the information to absolutely unrelated organization. And therefore, we have to, even on the stage of taking the consent for the personal data analysis, you can write that how the information can move further, that it can be transferred and can be analyzed not only by the local center, but also by the all Ukrainian organizations. And here I would like to agree with Elena because the policies are everything for us. And I guess for the Red Cross, you definitely have the policies on which is regulating the work with the volunteers. But all know that his recommendation for the organization, for the NGOs, to have the policies on the engagement and cooperation with the volunteers, so that this policy included the typical agreement on the volunteership. And this is at most proper way to clarify for yourself this kind of road. Your cooperation with volunteers is not just when we're talking about the policies, it's not just the pack of documents or the e-documents which you can put on the floor on the shelf. That is your roadmap which can help you to cooperate without any kind of blamings from both sides, and your as organization which involves them. So therefore, I think that everything starts with the personal data analysis and the correct consent. And once again, the Red Cross of Ukraine, they have their own situation with this issue. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, but I guess there are some other comments because I see Mr. Maxim has a comment. If you don't mind, a few words. Thank you very much, dear colleague. Speaking of the legal part, everything was mentioned, but Alexei, you said it really correct. So soon we'll have GDPR. So you have not just legally built the structure, which my colleagues have mentioned, but also you have to provide the technical mechanism of work, meaning that you have to do everything in the way that there was no third-party access. It's not just an Excel document and shared access, but you have to think of the mechanism that first of all would meet all the statutes, all the standards, and all the policies and all the rest. And second of all, it has to be comfortable for you and that you won't have any kind of concerns from the side of volunteers, so that they would not be concerned about where did you pass their personal data to. So only in this case you will have the good work.
It's a significant clarification as we keep living in a constant cyber insecurity. Therefore, we should work further on our security, both on the level of organization or individual support. So, do we have any questions? Приценко Володимир, I have a question to Olena Smolyak. So to a lawyer, to a person who deals with the registration of alliances of people, a practical question related to activity of organization as trade unions. And here I refer to the Article 12, and many lawyers didn't manage to answer this question, as this is a provocative question, and once we don't have any response, then our distinguished lawyers, including Mrs. Malak, to answer them, I'll understand. So Article 12, Part 1, professional unions, their unification, and as self-governing bodies, independent from the state, including other public organizations and parties that are not accountable to them. Key words here: professional unions, independent from the state bodies, unaccounted to them, and uncontrolled by them.
can we get it as this uncontrol and accountability manner can refer to the tax services. We may register these islands of people. So can we refer to this article stating that such unions cannot be brought to responsibility? Thank you for your question. We register actually unions, a number of people who are registered by legal entities. So non-professional unions should be registered by legal founders, and they can be founders and entities. But let me respond. As for being not accountable and control, I understand this regulation as they are unaccountable in the part of their activities before identification of your status as a professional union, for example, surgeons, etc., needed to get you free from requesting this service from other bodies. And according to your statute activity, you should not provide them accountability, and you shouldn't be under their control in terms of what you have done, what activities you have done within this organization. So this is how I understand this provision. As for taxation issues and registration there, I think this norm cannot be spread, as there are generalized rules for legal entity, and professional union is a legal entity, and this is a collective legal entity, and with the responsibility to adhere to the civil code of Ukraine and legislation. Actually, the tax code also is mandatory for them. So every legal entity has generalized roles and responsibilities that are laid down on them by the state. At the same time, your statute can identify that you should not be accountable and controlled by the state. So I think you have this distinction between what is statute and what are regulations. So what legislative acts can be prioritized here, and what acts should be used? Probably we can refer to the guarantees or to the norms of civic legislation. I'm ready to answer this question. The thing is here that every law, draft law, contains borings that is activity of unions or other legal entities should be guided by the other norms of the legislation. So as for specifics of activities of professional unions as a specific type of the legal entity, naturally the priority should be given to the profile law. In terms of the general provisions related to the legal entities, as we have the generalized circuit refers to legal entities, then with some divisions and specifics, for example, legal entities, unions, then within this narrow specialization, they should they should be guided by the legislation. And we have another question. Distinguished colleagues, you have touched upon a very tiny legislative act, and you answered that these professional unions, and I would like to hear from you, understand it, what can we identify the CED or the NCE, and how can it all affect to the activities of the public organization? It would be great to understand our legislation. So I'm ready to hear an answer. If you need, we can voice it. So if we talk about the NASE and its part in the activities of the public entities, including legal ones, let me mention that in my practice, I often use I often face with the challenges that relates to this particular thing is an approval for the activities. However, this is not the case. As of legal entities, NASE should be identified for statistical bodies, for them to identify correctly their statistical data and to refer a particular type of activities to different divisions. So this is just for the statistical data. Along with that, and when we refer to the economic activity types number 99, then we can mention it if we are doing some public work, and other types can be outlined as they think that they can be engaged in activities. However, this is more about kind of a nice thing to be added. However, any economic activities types do not lead to any legislative things. So these are for the statistical data. And we have something to add. And I agree that the purpose of establishing of NASE is one thing, but the reality is different. Once tax service expert comes to us, then economic activity types cannot be referred as a purely statistical things. Even public organization would require from you to get through different circles of hell to get the status of non-profitable organization. And once tax service comes and verify that activities are done beyond economic activities types, then this organization may encounter a lot of difficulties, and moreover, you will not be able to submit tax declarations. But your question is more of rhetoric nature, as economic activities type is seen very typical for NGO that is not engaged in economic activities, probably, but the scene is interesting, and we know that public organizations have the right to be engaged in economic activities with some profits, but there are some restrictions related to distribution of profits. So, talking about NASE and taxation verification, and in case you don't have these respective types and you are doing non-profitable types of activities, then I think that you will have issues with tax services if you don't have the main NSSE. So without this type being verified, you can be discharged from this register of being non-profitable organization. Do you hear me? And I agree with Elena. Practice or reality related to how tax services deal with organization is as you outlined. But in my work, I try to have discussions with tax services in case we would like to have this feature of non-profitable. This is 100% not about economic types, and in practice we should inform tax services about these peculiarities. As NASE, this is not about responsibilities, so we need to inform, to deliver this information to tax services. Then the issue related to entrepreneurial activities. We keep talking about it quite oftenly and emphasizing that the state should regulate this issue properly. Along with that, as of today, we have very few organizations that are being implementing this entrepreneurial activities without losing this feature of being non-profitable. And this is a right guaranteed by the Article 21 on the public unity. And in 2021, we managed to advocate for clarification from the Minister of Finance related to the issue that legal entities can be within entrepreneurial activities being at the same time as a non-profitable organization, being, for example, public unions. So this is an important feature we should implement in reality. So active legislative acts should be those basis for tax services. However, in practice, non-profitable organizations struggle with those difficulties. So I have expanded my answer, but the situation is as it is. So devil is in details, especially when we talk about our regulatory relations with tax services. Hopefully we responded to your question. So we kindly ask you, if we don't respond to it, we kindly ask you to form it in writing. And let me also mention that any questions related to today's forum topics, you can be addressed in written as a feedback by you. So then you will get our response, and also you can get photos if you are present today. So please form your question if you have them. We will come back to it. And do we have any other questions? I can see 2 hands. So you have the floor. Did you want to add something? Another question then? Okay, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Maxim Holokov, head of
Veterans Union of Special Operations. I have a question. I have a small amount of expertise in working in the public organizations and in managing it. What types of violations have you encountered related to the public authorities of the public organizations, and what types of responsibilities they were given to them? It's an interesting questions slightly beyond of our workshop, but if one of our speakers would like to comment, you're welcome. And once again, you can write down your question with further response. And it seems to me that you asked the same question or similar question to Musi Maya, as he is dealing exactly with the issues related to veterans unity. Therefore, we encourage look for public organizations who can provide their legal advice on the issues related to different organizations who defend specific categories of people. So do we have a comment on that? So here's the thing. Public unity or public organization is legal entity anyway. In case of breaching of the rules, then responsibility should be brought to that person who has violated it. I would like to know what types of violations can be encountered by public authorities because of their limited amount of knowledge. Oh, this is another angle of this question. So we are happy to you provide this clarification.
So in my practical experience, that is a very simple thing. Typically, people who are just establishing NGO or a charity foundation, they do not have the basic information that, for example, once a year they have to report to the taxation authorities according to the established form. And also they are not registering, for example, they do not act according to their statute. That is the first thing. On the inclusion of the people to the members, to the organization, to the change of the information of the members of the board. So that are the most simple things. And quite often you can hear that the heads of the organizations are asking you, how should we hire the volunteers? So actually, so that is the way they phrase it. So they do not understand how the labor code of Ukraine works. It's not the simplest one. And if the head of the organization is not one person who is the official representative of this kind of organization, and also there is someone in the staff, in this case, lots of a whole pillar of issues appear, and how we pay the salaries and so on and so forth. So I think that the majority of the questions, they're quite routine. They're about routine work of the organization as legal entity. And at the same time, recently we have a typical situation with criminal responsibility for a charity donation involved by the non-profitable organization or the physical private entity, they are misused. So there are some kind of criminal intentions. And that can be also the heads of the non-profitable organizations, because unfortunately, not all of the representatives of the charity foundations are the nicest people and the most honest one. So that is when it comes to the relevant question. And at the same time, I just do not want to make it seem that everyone is doing that, that all the volunteers are doing that. And we constantly hear about the statistics on the changes. For example, that the activists are prosecuted because because you can implement some certain criminal article from the criminal code toward their activities. So that are the two main aspects, the most relevant at the moment. Thank you very much. And we have the comment. Yes, after the clarification, I understood what we are talking about. And after I can say that among our clients, we didn't have any issues with responsibility. And I'm not going to say that everything is perfect, nevertheless. But actually, it means that the controlling authorities did not adjust. So I'm not, for example, it says security service, police, they did not adjust to these kind of well-spread phenomenon in Ukraine as a civil organization and NGOs. So because we are still waiting for the checks, for the cases, for suings, except for criminal code violations. And at the same time, we can see the mistake which is made by everyone, by the heads of organizations. Who is the head of the organization? That is, or the head of the organization, or the management, or the board, with the head, the president of the board. And everyone knows a priori that they can act as the with no salaries. But at the same time, this right doesn't go without saying that the head of this kind of organization or of the board, if you want it to happen, you need to write it in the statute. And quite often we can see that when we are making the amends in the statute, we can see that it is not mentioned that the head of the organization can be working free of charge, so it's not foreseen. Or in the statute, this kind of option is possible, but the final decision how the head is acting is to be decided by the general meeting or by the board. So there should be the decision on it, and there is no decision on it. And if people think that in the statute it is mentioned that it is possible, then it goes without saying, and the head of the organization is working without salary. So that is a small aspect you have to pay attention to. And just yesterday we were talking about the model statutes, and at the moment I'm against this kind of approach because this model statute for the LTDs, it resolves lots of general big issues with the general meetings, and the NGO has to understand that they are going to resolve the same issues with the general meetings or by the meeting of the board. It's good when you're a small organization, and just imagine if you have 100 more participants, members. So how are you going to do that? So thank you very much. Did we answer your question? Thank you very much for the question and for the answer. Please tell us whether our next participant has the mic. So you answered my part of the question already, and I would like to thank them for your consultations, for doing all these things. Miss Natalia, I had consultation with her, and it is really indeed important. And I had the question on registering, and I've heard a bit on the registering the staff members. Maybe I have the question on the legal and actual address. Because if they are different, how should we change it? Should we change the legal address? So if you have any comments on that, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Who is ready to answer this question? Yes, please. Yes, please. We have the comments if needed. I will say a very unpopular thing regarding the legal address, but legal address should be there. And the actual address. First of all, in the statute, you are not writing your location, your actual location. So I would like to emphasize that you are not writing that in the statute, because as soon as you are going to change it, you're going to change the statute. And that is something you want to avoid. And speaking of your own address, you are mentioning that in the registration card, and you are mentioning the address where you have to understand that when this address is shown in the unified register, all the official correspondence should be sent to this address. And you have to have the real access to this address. It doesn't matter whether you're there actually or maybe you're not there, because many people are working online. So I would say that practically, really, it doesn't matter that much. If you have the access and control, in this case, to your address, which is registered in this register, in this unified register. In fact, it's your actual location. It's not the actual registration and actual legal registration. There is a specific form in the taxation authority. And I know that, by the way, with the civil sector, we didn't work on it. We didn't add this line, but I know that LTDs and LLC, when you're registering, when you're sending the reports to taxation authorities, there is a form where you can add the additional addresses where your organization can be acting. That is fine, because in the unified register, you can mention only one address because you have no more lines for that. But that's actually an interesting question, whether it is possible for the NGOs. I have never worked with this kind of question, and therefore, so far in the framework of the work with addresses, that is my answer. Are there any kind of comments? I will add a bit. Thank you very much for this question. I agree with my colleagues that it's better if the actual and legal address are the same ones. Or otherwise, you had not only the access, but also some kind of working place for the accountant or for the director or whoever, because in case of the check, you can show that you actually exist there, even despite the fact that considering the reality we have, many people work remotely, but nevertheless, these bureaucratic system and these bureaucratic approaches with legal addresses did not disappear. And speaking of the form from the taxation authority, your accountant will run sending 20 OPP. That is a form which my colleague mentioned for the actual address. Because, for example, if the taxation authority will go there, they will go not to the legal address, but to the actual address. And therefore, all in all, it is better to have the access and control to this location, and if possible, to conduct your activities on the place of the registration. If you want to change the place of the registration, in this case, I agree. Some organizations, I've seen a lot of that when they are writing their legal address in the statute. That is archaic, and that is an issue, because if you're going to change it, you have to change the statute as well. And if the legal address, it can be changed just with a form. So don't write it in your statute. That is the first thing. Have an access to the legal address. So that is two, and have the you should have some kind of space where you can, and your representative during the checks, and sit at the desk and at least show that you exist there. Thank you very much. Any comment? And also practical advice. If you're changing your address, I advise not to change the district because that is a kind of tick for the taxation authority to come and check you. Your mic, please. Maybe not all of you are interested in that. I will continue these. I continue the individual consultations. I really appreciate that is an advertisement moment for what you are doing, how you're consulting people. And that is really important, really needed. And I recommend sitting everyone. Thank you very much for the feedback and for the questions. It's really a big pleasure when you're coming with the questions, because for us, it is also the understanding what kind of problems are there, and we can consult not only individually, but we can prepare some generalized consultations, group consultations, and typically we are engaged in the local authorities, and we have the consultations with the Ministry of Justice, with the Ministry of Economy, with the State Migration Service, and then we get the understanding that it's not the individual, the single request, but more general situation. Thank you very much for this question. We have and the next question. And after that, please prepare offline questions. But we have also the reflection for our previous story. And I would like to ask some questions from online. The question to Miss Natalia Courage, as a specialist in banking issues. The thing is that NGOs get lots of payments, the ones which are related with charity donations, with volunteership, and the rest. And I have the question, like a very practical moment when the money received by the organization, but nevertheless, its movement was stopped by the state financial monitoring. And I'm curious how state monitoring can stop if it is legal, and in how long does the law enforcement get engaged? On what day the organization should understand that there might be some criminal issues and you already need to get worried. Thank you very much. It is more complex it is outside of the banking legislation, and it is countering terrorism. And thank you very much for this question. And yes, unfortunately, that is the reality we have so far. And bank, when it sees that there is a payment it doesn't like, and it sees some kind of risk, it is allowed to stop this kind of payment. The bank is not obliged to inform the client on that. The bank has 2 working days to inform to the state financial monitoring. The bank does not inform the law enforcement and don't inform you as a client. State monitoring also has the right to block your payment for 7 days, and the state financial monitoring informs the law enforcement. Also, you as a client are not informed. So very practical advice. 2 working days, no money, call, and better write to the bank. Everyone has bank contacts of your bank managers, client banks, and other. So do not take it long. Do not make it a surprise when the law enforcement arrives to your office at your legal address, by the way. So 2 days maximum, no payment, tax them. If it is less than 2 days, call, tax them after 2 days, so tax and call, because the bank has to answer you in a letter. And other aspect you have to pay attention to, which I'm recommending you. Banks typically think that they are almighty, and they're considering the financial monitoring. They can stop the payments. They can say that there are risks. Yes, they have the right for that, but nevertheless, according to the legislation of Ukraine, they are obliged to inform you on the reasons. So the bank cannot just stop the payment and say, oh, yeah, you have high risks. Please don't do that. Explain that. Why do I have these risks? When it was decided that I have high risks. So yes, they can say that. Once again, I would like to mention they are not obliged to inform you. They are not obliged to tell you what are the reasons, what kind of documents were the reason why they decided to make some checks. So they are not obliged to do that. But nevertheless, they are obliged to say that, to tell you the date and the laws which according to which you have high risk, and a bank blocks your bank account or stops working with you. Because quite typical from my experience, you can see that you can get just a note that, dear NGO son, according to the checks, we have identified high risk. Come and take your money back because your bank account will be blocked, and we will stop serving you. So. And it's not clear what kind of reasons, as of when, and when you get this kind of letter, contact the bank, require the written explanations, and contact the National Bank of Ukraine with the complaint. The National Bank of Ukraine is checking the banks, and the banks are obliged to provide the National Bank of Ukraine with all the documents. And luckily, the National Bank is checking the documents quite fast, and there is a high positive dynamics on canceling the decision of the bank. Thank you very much. Indeed, I really appreciate the brief answer because there are so many aspects, and that is a separate question for the separate forum on the financial monitoring. And we have prepared, and Natalia and the other lawyers of CDM, we have prepared the consultations on our website on financial monitoring tab. And if you, after reading this generalized question consultation on our website, please text them on info CDM, because maybe I can use the opportunity at the place where we do not understand fully the complexness of systematics of this problem. We are using the surveys, and one of the surveys we have so far is the problems with working with the banks. If you or your friends have the issues with the banks, please fill in the form, and we will know what are we going to talk the next time with the state monitoring, with the Ministry of Finance, with the National Bank of Ukraine, because we are trying, when there are general big cases and not a single case, we are trying to use our communication platforms, and we are looking for the solution altogether. Because it's one thing when we are consulting as individual consultants, and the other one is when we are talking to the regulatory authorities, and they say, yes, that is true, and we are ready to provide with explanations, and that is another thing. So in this case, you have to give the good feedback. You shouldn't be silent about it, but you should to share the information. Thank you very much. I promise to read the question which we have online. Just a moment. Thank you, the team, for sending it to me. So this question is from Mr. who is marked as Serge Chumak. He says that the other speaker has commented it's right, but why KVEDs are Code of Economical Activity are obligatory for NGOs? So there is a comment, his comment, at the moment NGOs of the persons with disability are not financed directly, and only as service providers to provide social services. You have to amend the statute and to register the KVEDs according to the law on the qualification of the services. And then on the grassroots level, you have to approve it, even if the organization is all Ukrainian. So as far as I understand, that is just a comment, right? If we don't have the comment for the comment.
So the only thing I'd like to say, during my job, I have never encountered those issues. It once used to be when I was a student. There was an issue related to the economic activities types, and I don't remember actually why was it like that. As of up to date, it is not a mandatory thing to introduce any economic activity types into your statute. However, the organization is obliged to mention the list of activities for this organization. So this can be reflected in the objective of this document, and also this should be reflected in tasks and responsibilities, rights of this organization. And here there's a need for a widespread list, not to limit yourself. So it is not in the similar thing as NASE. We have 1.5 minutes to end. Hopefully you have a brief question. You're welcome. I have a question related to the author's right. There were cases when one organization sues another for the usage of a name. So when two organizations have the same names, and there are even court proceedings on that. Within this, if organization has registered one name, is there any need to have authors write a copyright? And what can be the deadlines? So I know actually some public organizations can register themselves as a trademark. However, this is not something new. I have faced with that every 10 years. According to our legislation, this right should be updated. So, provided protection once, then we should keep an eye on deadlines. So first, we should distinguish a name of organization, and we should understand what is a trademark. Also, here we can refer to symbolic identity. However, for state registration, what is important is that the name is not repeated. So state registrator can register you if you provide any trivial name. As for court rulings, I don't have any trackings on that, but I know about commercial names, and you should pay attention to that. As for practices, it's difficult to say. If you want to protect your author's right, there is a proceedings for that. As for a trademark, the procedures will be different. And in case of a competitive field, and you are aware about of it, you have the right to protect yourself, design logotypes, identities, and use it constantly. And remember about update once in 10 years, and you also should use it. If you don't use it during 3 years period, another organization can take it away. So as for brandings, a general advice is to protect yourself by any measures available. So also you can go to court. We have one more comment. I agree with a colleague. However, draw your attention to the following: trademark and this image or picture should be united by a name, and you should understand what you're going to protect: the name or the picture of this name. And in terms of trademark, you should understand this is more about economic feature. You don't register a trademark. You register it in a specific term of economic activities. And as a public sector activist, you may see a wide range of activities you may use, and there might be arguments on the ground based on a specific list order you registered your activities, and some details added, for example, dots, commas, etc. So there might be difficulties with other entities trying to confuse others. So then there might be questions related to whether this is a violation or not. So these are legal arguments that can be proven through evidence, and we have provided you a general view, but there is a need for details. Thank you so much. A clarification. Yulia Solovyova, Justice Headquarter, and I'd like to give an advice. It's quite often a case when organizations, when they register themselves or projects, they may have a very simple, similar names. For example, we have Maria namings, and there might be problems related to similar projects with the same name, Maria, for example, and you're right not to use it. However, without registering a trademark, and you have a project that lasts for one and more year, then the prevailing right would be given to a person who applied for the intellectual property or copyright for this name, and did there are special proceedings. But a piece of advice, before you do any projects, you should check your name you want to use as a trademark presented already. So if you want to register an organization called Sonочка, you should verify about the existence of the same name. So this is all about not to violate someone else's rights. And we have a recorded lecture related to the rights on intellectual property. So if you need, I can share it with you. It's very relevant and nice thing to share, and I'm so glad that our society develops our skills in the right protection. So thanks for raising this up, and let's keep talking about it. Thank you for being with us, as this your organization has been doing a lot of job since the full-scale invasion. And can you please tell us the number of legal experts engaged in all your activities? So we have here Elena Smalak, and we actually tried our best at the very beginning of the war. We started with 30 legal experts who worked around the clock with our citizens, with all the requests and including mobilization. And as of now, we have been working for some 30 months. We have 77 legal experts, volunteers from different parts of the Ukraine, the world, even from Ukrainian forces. Our legal experts are serving for the Ukrainian army. We also work through Telegram channels, so you can approach us with your questions. And also there is a hotline in case you need legal support, and our partner Ukrainian Independent Center of Political Think Tank Organization supports all of this, and I call it as a service that helps in every step. So we worked more than intended to do. On Saturday, we we did it very well, and I'm so happy that we have received not only questions but answers. Thank you for your expertise, for your confident responses to very sometimes provocative questions. And I'd like to give an opportunity for our speakers to take pictures, and a couple of minutes will be given to finish our forum. Well, I'm not going to provide you with any statistical details. I have done it during our first day, so I congratulate everyone with our fruitful job. We have a numerous amount of online platforms, and all questions asked will be answered in the individual manner. So please write down your problem, and then we will refer it to our legal experts. So thank you for being active, both who is online and offline, as we, for those who is with us online, enjoys our face-to-face communication. And also we have a feedback form designed not only for clarification of your personal data. It was designed for sending you back a link for our photo shootings. Plus, all your feedbacks will improve our next forums, as every year we try to select the best experts with line of new challenges and our turbulent times. And before convening this forum, I'd like to invite SEDAM team, and not the whole team is present, as some of them are engaged in the organizing issues. I know that a legal expert of SEDAM went to support her son. However, I invite to join here on our stage. And let me tell you that this is a superb team, and I'm so grateful. You are incredible. And we have Alexa Tretiakov, manager of project, Olena Darevanova, event manager of SEDAM, and Alexandra Melnik, project manager of SEDAM, Anastasia Daduch, mentorship program of experts of SEDAM, and other participants fully reflected on our agenda. And thank you so much for being with us, and thank to our partners for possibilities to have such a forum. Thank USAID and also the Agency of International Development. We are grateful to all the partners who have been implementing all those initiatives, and also we have cooperated with your support via 4 organizations, and these are all the advocating organizations with high reputation. And I have commanded to our team. Also, let me thank to our technicians who rescued us several times from some technical details. And let me invite all of them to join us on this stage. We are waiting for Natalia, Maria. These ladies are legal experts at ZADAM. I made a joke saying that we are a band of legal experts. However, we do everything on a legal basis. So thank you so much. I also would like to thank to all our interpreters engaged in these activities. Thank you so much for our sign interpreters, and also we like to extend our gratitude to organizations who protect people with disabilities. Thank to our video editors and media experts, as we are going to share all this informational development. We actually would like to thank even your family members who enabled you to come and see us, and the huge support should be given to our military servicemen, men and women. And I think with this round of applause and words, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes, we can finish. Thank you.